2019 was a great year for indie games, with games such as Outer Wilds, Katana Zero, and Disco Elysium, for example, all receiving critical acclaim from critics and fans alike. But there was one game that received very different type of attention. Y2K, a postmodern RPG, was developed by X Studios and published by Yeastbreed Games. It was supposed to release in 2016, but it was pushed back to 2019 so that changes could be made to the final product. Y2K is a turn-based RPG centered around the titular Y2K event, with the game's main draw being its retro graphics and surreal visuals. Unfortunately though, the game was not well received, with the main complaints being about its confusing story, annoying characters, and a boring combat system. You've probably either watched a review of this game or already heard about how bad it is. And I did too, so I decided to buy the game and play it for myself, and surprisingly, I loved it. Don't get me wrong, it was not a perfect game, not in the slightest. A lot of things could be done different, like a better combat system for example, but I felt like the story was the game's strongest point and it was really good and worth exploring. But apparently it was the game's most hated aspect, which confused me severely. And then I found out that the devs are making a new update to the game that will tackle all of the main criticisms, along with adding extra content, and it will be called Y2K IV. And I'd like you to join me in this video as I break down this game's story and characters and show you how it's actually secretly brilliant in its own storytelling, with the way it's not only told but also shown. So please join me as I guide you through the magical world of Y2K, a postmodern RPG.
I am awake, I am walking the sea. You say to me, I am only a mercy. Blah 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 blah, blah blah blah. I shook my head, you are the best friend that I ever had. I am asleep, I am dreaming the sea. I got a crow, and the crow's name is Molly. She has no wings, she was never a flybird. She is the worst friend that I ever had.
1, 2, 3.
Let me dream, and I will laugh because you are really silly on the sea. Nobody I know cares about the dumb sea. Let me dream, and I will laugh because you are really silly on the sea. Nobody I know cares about the dumb sea. You say no, now I never say so many things that you will find and see. To watch my mouth so I don't hurt nobody else. When you turn to home, how fast is true, what pain is wrong, how nice it is, what bright is there. How happy you just felt this world on my face. I will never say I didn't mean to break hearts, if all there wasn't is a dream. I will never say that this was never a dream.
After being pushed to the blackened pawn, we gain control who appears to be Allison, the same girl we saw during the intro cutscene. Talking to the giant head behind us opens the gate, letting us explore further, which leads us to these locals, and then when we talk to them, we eventually learn we have to climb this mountain. Once we reach the top, we're met with what appears to be an angel of some sort.
Child, what happened to your name? Did you lose it in the fall? Tragedy. I dub thee.
And after receiving our new name, we're able to move forward, with one of the locals telling us to meet the Good Brother. Moving into a new area, we find the Good Brother, who appears to be Rory, the same guy we saw during the intro cutscene. We try to follow him, but we end up tripping and dirtying our shoes. Going after him, he's nowhere to be found. Instead, we find Crow.
What? You're not on the guest list. Shoo, get lost, nobody.
Since we're barred from entry, we might as well go the other way. Going behind the rock, we find the same room from the intro with someone sleeping on the bed.
Why did you wake me? What do you want?
I was hoping you had an invitation for me. I'm trying to get to the party.
The party? Why the hell do you want to go there? How did you even get down here?
I hit my head earlier, so it's kinda fuzzy.
So, you've got amnesia. Wow, that's a pretty cool backstory.
Oh, no. Nothing like that. I just get things mixed up from time to time.
Mixed up, huh? Well, you know it's my birthday party, right?
Wait,
Oh, is it? How wonderful!
wait,
Happy birthday! Could I
wait,
please attend?
wait.
My good brother has gone. You see, I'm fleeing from my bad brother and my cold, fuzzy memories of him.
Cool. Yeah, I can work with that. Well, I'll need something in exchange.
Oh, I don't have much. I'm only a child, you see.
I'll need your name for the invitation. You can have it back once the party is over.
Oh, you see, I only just got my name back.
Do you want to go to the party or not?
No, I definitely do. Fine, you can have my name.
See you at the party. My, birthday party.
We can infer that the bad brother appears to be Alex, the same person we saw earlier in this room during the intro, and who it supposedly belongs to.
I must confess, I am destroyed you were invited to the party. You see, I am a traveling thespian. I was paid a handsome sum to reject you. Should we meet again in another dream, please pardon my greed.
Entering what appears to be an Iron Maiden, we're transported to this room where we're asked about our name and our gender. After answering the questions, we're met with a date, April 4th, 1999.
On April 4th, 1999, I arrived home from school. I had just graduated.
This is Alex Eagleson, or Eggleston as he's called sometimes, the main character of Y2K, and our narrator for the story. And right away, he does not look the part, both in the 99 sense and the RPG hero sense. Walking around, we can talk to the NPCs, which are interesting, to say the least, and we can find out Alex does indeed have a sister, like the previous segment implied. He also has a literal money tree in his front yard, so that's fun. Entering the house, he finds a letter from his mom, asking him to go pick up some groceries from town. And as the kind-hearted son Alex is, he responds with,
Not even home 5 minutes and she's already barking orders at me.
So after stealing $20 from our mom, he goes to leave, but then the phone starts ringing.
The sound that the world now hears will change the nature of all realities, both yours and mine.
What?
The needle of the record player has dropped. Can't you hear the music? It's everywhere.
That phone call was surely one of the strangest I've ever received. And no, I couldn't hear the music.
After that, we headed to town, where we find a cat sitting in front of a florist clearing.
A few hundred yards outside of town, I came to a junction, mulling over the strangeness of being back home. I stopped to notice a forest I'd never explored. It was dark, but somehow attractive. I made a mental note to explore it later, and took a step towards town when I heard a meow near my feet. I pictured what it would be like to be the owner, and I imagined describing him to a friend. Lonely? Nah, I don't get too lonely. Besides my mom, there's only a cat. An old cat. But a good friend to talk to. My fictional friend would reply, "You talk things over, do you?" I'd nod. Uh-huh. Been together a long time, so we can read each other's moods. I understand what makes the cat tick. The cat knows what makes me tick. Of course, I didn't know this cat at all.
Yeah, you probably noticed by now, but Alex monologues. Like, a lot, even about useless stuff like the cat he just found. And this is one of the game's most criticized aspects. Alex insistently monologues about everything and anything. But, in my opinion, this actually really helps convey his character and some important story elements that you'll see later on this video.
Hey! Give that back to me!
During our chase, we end up running into a strange looking woman with green hair.
You're doomed. May you never fathom who you are. A dreamer. A sinner. A saint. No, none of those. A gamer. You like games, don't you, hon? Let me teach you one only the experienced gals know about. It's the dark game, the mother of your dreams, and the father of your failures. Only thing is, it's kinda dangerous to do it raw. Intravenous style. Blood on blood. Don't worry, I'll be gentle.
This is our introduction to Y2K's new and improved combat system. For the most part, it's a normal RPG system, but here's the unique thing, the card system. Cards are basically a character's single health bar, which grants them perks when they possess and can be used to attack their opponent. And once all the cards are real, the user can take some real damage and enter their bleeding out state, where they take damage slowly over time as the battle progresses.
So, what did you think? Was it everything you hoped it would be?
Jocasta is the name of a woman from Greek mythology who married her son after being deceived into believing that they were not related. It also shares a name with Jocasta complex, which is the attraction between a parent and their child, or vice versa. Continuing the chase, Alex finds himself outside the factory hotel, as it's called, where he meets yet another strange woman.
You're not supposed to be back here, you know. What? You're looking for your cat? Oh. It's not your cat? Well, be careful around here. Make sure this cat is worth it.
As we enter the factory, we're greeted by a surreal space, and this is Y2K's main strength, its reliance on this weird, supernatural, surreal style that pushes the story and its visuals forward. Alex follows the cat in an elevator, but unfortunately it breaks, and he's forced to search for another way out. After a bit of back and forth, we get a key that unlocks a room, which contains an old friend.
Hey, who's there? Don't come any closer. I'm armed.
Relax and quiet down. It's me, Panda.
This is Panda, Alex's best childhood friend, and he's the game's first tool, being able to hold down switches and also serve as a shield/bridge for Alex to stand on. This is also Alex's dorm room from the intro cutscene, while now dusty and abandoned. We can also see the smiley enemies we've been fighting on the table, and a pretty modern looking monitor for the 90s standards. Continuing forward and completing a puzzle, we meet Pro Woman, who quotes After Dark, a novel by Haruki Murakami.
She narrows her eyes and looks at the young man standing there. He is so tall, she seems to be looking far overhead. Their eyes meet. The young man smiles. His smile is meant to show he means no harm. Through the eyes of a high-flying dawn bird, we take in the scene from mid-air, from above. We see that we are intertwining organisms.
What? What are you talking about?
Through the eyes of a high-flying dawn bird, we observe the pyramid of dimensional shift. Through the eyes of a high-flying dawn bird, we pretend to not see the Eye of Providence.
You mean that thing?
The Eye of Providence is a symbol showing an eye often surrounded by rays of light or a glory, and usually enclosed by a triangle.
Yeah, like on the dollar. But what does that have to do with anything?
It's worth noting that Alex also has a Murakami book in his suitcase, The Wind-Up Bird Chronicle. Heading down the elevator, we can meet a couple NPCs made of light who seem to be stuck down here, talking about a man with green eyes. And we can also see Alex is being filmed by some guy with a camera on top of the elevator. After we kiss the baby from the blackened pond, we enter a room with a normal-looking woman.
Who's there? Dolly, is that you?
Great, another person.
Hey, I can leave if you like.
No, please stay. I've been pretty lonely here.
Where is here, anyway?
I was hoping you'd know. I've been lost down here forever.
Did you come through the elevator too?
Elevator? I don't know what that is.
Then, where did you come from? I asked, thinking it sounded nicer than, who the hell doesn't know what an elevator is?
I came from here. Is there anywhere else? Anyway, I've been looking for my cat, Dolly. Have you seen her?
So the stupid thing was a girl? I just assumed it was a boy cat, seeing as how it had a spindly mustache. Although, now that I reflected on it, facial hair was not exclusive to male animals or male humans for that matter. I said, right, I saw a cat earlier. He had a funny mustache and crazy eyes. Naturally, my description of her beloved feline was offensive to her.
My cat has a beautiful mustache and perfect eyes. I can't imagine we're talking about the same cat.
I told her I wouldn't mind helping her find her cat. I told her we should move quickly and get out of this dank basement. I waited for a moment as she processed what I said. She was a very difficult girl to read, especially without being able to see her face. I could tell something was wrong. She really projected her opinions and feelings into the room, even without saying them. What's wrong? I don't have to help. I just thought you could use an extra pair of cat hunting eyes.
It's not that. It's okay. Forget it. Okay. For now, I choose to trust you. But I reserve the right to decide you're just as evil as the rest of the world in the future.
Sounds like a fair deal. My name's Alex. Nice to meet you.
I'm Sammy. But please call me Sammy. I don't know why I'm trusting you. I guess I always had a special spot for gingers.
Sammy joins the party and we enter the hallway where we can see a red version of William walking around, seemingly not visible to anyone but us.
Dolly, where have you been? I'm so happy to have you back. Oh, who's a good cat? You are. You are. Oh, I should probably tell you about Dolly.
Dolly is a tool.
Finding Dolly, we acquire the game's second tool. Dolly serves as a way of reaching faraway objects and stunning enemies for a few seconds. She basically functions as a boomerang. After more fighting, we reach a new room with two giant figures standing in the distance, and Alex looks completely different here, looking more like what you expect from an RPG protagonist. Sammy then seemingly fuses together with him and becomes normal Alex again, connecting the two giants into power sockets, creating the spiral-looking thing we've been seeing for a while.
Look, it's... I've got a roommate. His name is Wilhelm. You see, we never really got along because I'm non-confrontational and he's obsessed with conflict and misery. It's not that we didn't have good times together, it's just... he's so macabre.
And he isn't hot like Wilfred.
Anyway, we've been growing apart for years, and I think it's time I have him evicted.
The ideal woman is a landlordess.
Do you think you could help me with that before we leave?
She is totally into me.
Hey, Wilhelm? There's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. Look, it's... Okay, deep breath. So, there's just no way around it. I'm going to have to kick you out.
Okay.
Blessed are those who dry their feet of the blackened pond, for they will inherit the question of reality.
I am so happy we're almost out of here. This isn't really what I expected to be doing with my day.
Well, at least we found Dolly. Imagine how much worse it would have been without her.
Right. So, where do you live? I'll walk you back home, or maybe I can borrow my mom's car and drive you if it's outside of Frankton.
What do you mean? This is my home. This is where I live.
What? You live in this shithole?
That's not very nice. I'd never call your house a crap hole because I have manners. Ever heard of them, Alex?
Sorry. It's just not every day I meet a girl who lives in an old factory.
I don't see it that way. I almost feel as if the factory lives with me. As if the factory, just like Dolly, is part of me.
The factory is part of you?
Wow, you're almost as dumb as you look. Of course the factory isn't part of me, that's just weird.
But do you actually live here?
Yeah, just me and Dolly. But usually Dolly is better about keeping me company, you know? He isn't always just running off to God knows where.
I reflected on her words. A mysterious girl who lived with her cat in an old steel mill. It was obvious to me that her words didn't contain the entire truth. The secret to what I was missing lay in her temperament.
Is that your hobby?
Is what my hobby?
Staring off into space and screwing up your face as if to say, what's going on inside my head is really important, so just let me think.
Hey, I don't make that
Well, is she listed?
No, tonight's auction isn't her. It's something I don't understand. An abstract desire. I really don't get this one. It's not anything you or I could relate to.
So, is your plan working or not?
Oh, I don't know if I'd call it a plan yet. My forum's grown, so something is happening. New crowd isn't great. Edgier than I expected. Their reaction to the Limb Moon image proves it. Onism has gone septic.
Birds of a feather. The question remains, why that image? What about your outside predicament?
Don't remind me.
Heading back to Frankton, we can check out the other side of town and see that the new arcade is opening tomorrow. How cool! As he arrives home, Alex receives a link from someone in his email, and he seems weirdly unfazed by what just happened, to the point he's perfectly comfortable to start monologuing about...
There was a moment of apathy where I almost didn't click the link. The last thing he sent me that was allegedly scary turned out to be a picture of two elephants, locked in the throes of passion. I sighed and clicked the link. The file was 2.9 megabytes. In the dark room, the monitor was hurting my eyes. I rubbed them and waited for the file to load. I thought of all the things could be. More animal porn, human porn, cartoon porn.
Anyway, the link leads us to a post about what just happened to Sammy, but Alex isn't there, and none of the surreal image is present either. Sammy is still taken, but it's way less dramatic in the video than what we saw happen in real life. We can also find a post from a user called Superb Pudding, which talks about the struggles of daily life and their cat. The post also details how they've been having this strange dream while leaving their bodies and floating away into the sky before suddenly coming back because they felt guilty about leaving the cat all alone. Another post of theirs then tells about their roommate and how he kicked their cat. Knowing what we know about Sammy, it's pretty safe to assume that this is her account. Well, let's take a moment to talk about this weird site for a moment. Onism 1999. Onism is defined as the realization/frustration of how little of the world you'll be able to experience by being trapped in one body. This site is where you can get side quests and read about the supernatural. It's also where a lot of the game's hidden lore is kept. I'll refer back to it when it's necessary, but trust me, this site will be invaluable to understand the game's lore. After seeing the post, Alex goes to sleep and has a strange dream. waking up, he says this.
I had a rough night. Can't get that video out of my head.
This is really weird to me. Alex saw and experienced the entirety of the horrors of something being taken, right? But why is he traumatized by the video and not the event itself? After small pet attack from Panda, he has to go back to the factory to search for her. But as he goes to leave,
I've had this song stuck in my head. It just won't go away. Did you ever get that? I think they call it an earworm or whatever. But this isn't really the catchy kind of song. This is that sort of thing. It's pretty good, but some of the lyrics are a bit weird. How do they call
I think you have the wrong number.
Oh, sorry.
on his way back, he meets up with Michael, a friend from when he was a kid.
Alex? You grew a beard!
As the young man got closer, my bewilderment grew. His name was Michael. He was a good kid, a bit younger than me, and usually worth a laugh or two. My hand covered my eyes to block the sunlight to see him better. I thought back to the last time I had seen him. For some reason, I couldn't place any memories of him since before high school.
Hey, have you ever heard of urban exploration? There's this great website called www.onism1999.com. I think you'd really get a kick out of it. You don't look so good, dude. Everything okay?
It's something from that page. It's been screwing with my brain.
What exactly did you see on there that has you so freaked out?
I don't know if you saw it or not. It was the one with the girl in the elevator, the one who gets lifted off the ground.
That was supposed to be filmed locally. I couldn't bring myself to watch it, but all those sick bastards made the gif of her being thrown around like a rag doll. Poor girl. After that went up, everyone on the forum started acting strange, like a sort of darkness had come over the website. It was the first time something like that had been posted that people weren't immediately calling a fake. Something about the look of horror in her face. There's a sick part of people that want it to be real, you know?
Yeah. Michael, when I first got to town and I saw that, I went all over that factory yesterday. And I swear, the elevator in there was the same one as in the video. I know that sounds weird, but I really think that video was filmed there.
Really? Okay, let's check it out then.
What? Really? You want to go?
Yeah, why not? Do you mind if we run to the camera shop in Frankton really quick?
No way! They opened up an arcade in Frankton? That's awesome! Wow! How long has this been here?
They opened it about 3 weeks ago. I still haven't gone in. I hear they have a bunch of import games.
Import games? From where?
Japan, mostly.
Aren't, like, all games made in Japan?
Well, at least the good ones are. Although there are some good RTSs on PC I've been playing lately, and I'm pretty sure those are made in the US.
Yeah? I never got into those kind of games myself. Always been more of an RPG guy.
RPG games are seriously the best! Chrono Trigger, Lufia 2, Secret of Mana! Those games are like the holy grail of my youth!
Ever played Two Brothers? That's a sort of ARPG, although its focus really isn't on combat.
Two Brothers? Nope. That's a terrible name for a game, though.
Anyway, let's hit up the arcade really quick after we get your camera, and then head over to the factory.
After they pick up Michael's camera, they head to the arcade and... Wait, wasn't this place supposed to open today? But didn't Michael say...
Yes! This place is the bomb! Does that girl live in Frankton? I don't think I've ever seen her before. Let's come back here later. We should get to the factory.
Heading back to the factory, we got another cutscene with Michael smelling roses?
What's that smell? Is that roses? Are you okay, dude? Are you okay, dude?
We ride the elevator and find one of the things that took Sammy, but it's impervious to damage and no matter what we do, it can't be hurt. That is until Alex gets knocked out and Michael pulls out...
What the hell was that? Oh man, dude! We need to get your photos developed! Developed? This thing is digital, baby!
We're back at Scary now, with our main task being to prepare ourselves for the party. We can also talk to the golden hero, who we may see popping out throughout the game. Getting our shoes cleaned up, we can pass through these white figures, and repeat a phrase that I can't for the life of me figure out what it is. We then go talk to the angel, who named us Scary, saying if we are to pass, we must travel to hell, and we must gain a serious attitude to enter. This might seem cryptic now, but trust me, hell might be too light of a term for us inside the house.
I got you good. You didn't suspect it, but it was I, the handsome crow, all along!
It was so funny.
Yes, this is awesome! I was supposed to make her laugh and it worked! No idea why it's so funny. Maybe it's a reference to something I haven't seen. I suppose it doesn't matter my motivation, as long as the character understands it.
You're hilarious. I'm going to tell all of my friends about it.
If we meet again in a dream, please forgive my creed. As a fledgling child actor, I must take all roles so that I can refine my craft.
I have to tell you the funniest story. It was hilarious. I can't stop laughing.
What is it?
Handsome Crow just told me the funniest joke. I was by the swing, and the crow popped out and said the funniest thing.
Be wary of crows, no matter how handsome. Go forth with a serious attitude. Life is dangerous, especially for the nameless children.
Oh, yeah.
Hell calls now. Go bravely.
After we get a serious attitude, we're able to enter the house and we're transported back into the same room from before, but this time it asks about our friends. A friend who's smarter than us, the coolest girl we know, and the yin to our yang. This might seem completely random in the moment, but it's actually pretty important later down the line. Back with Alex, he's waiting for Michael outside his house as he finishes up with the photos. He says they'll have to go to Alex's house since his mom's on the phone right now. Talking with Michael, we find out he's actually the co-founder of Autism, which naturally leads us to talking about Sammy.
I met the girl who went missing. Her name is Sammy. I had followed a cat into the abandoned factory, and I found her there. She had been looking for her cat. I just assumed the cat hung out there and she had gone in to try and find him when he didn't go back home. But the thing is, she said some really strange stuff. Stuff about living in the factory, pretending not to know what elevators were. Well, okay, maybe not pretending. I think she really didn't know what they were. There were weird gaps in her knowledge that I had interpreted as her being quirky, but now I wonder if there was actually something really wrong with her.
You saw her yesterday, right? So you saw her after she went missing? That's actually a good thing, Alex. This means she wasn't taken by some serial killer or a rapist.
Michael says that Alex saw Sammy get taken yesterday after she went missing, but the arcade has supposedly been open for 3 weeks already, instead of having the grand opening that was mentioned in the sign yesterday. So, unless the employees just forgot to take down the sign for 3 weeks straight, this means that there's a serious time inconsistency in this story right now.
Yeah, dude, just forget I said it. Did the pictures upload?
Yeah, let me pull them up. How is this possible? They completely distorted the photos!
Holy shit!
Okay, well, yeah, this is pretty otherworldly.
We uploaded the photos to Autism 1999 and waited for an explanation. A few people tried to explain why the photos were distorted, but most people believed it to be ghosts, or the devil, or other stupid things like that. With the exception of my post, most of the things on that forum seemed like lies. That wasn't until about 2 weeks after my post, when a user posted something about a girl who could rip holes in time and space. I wouldn't have believed it myself, but he had photos. And we had seen the girl before.
So we head up to the arcade to meet the girl we saw earlier. Alex and Michael act like total creeps, and her dance is handed to them.
Okay, we give in. Just ease off. We didn't mean to be creepy.
Then why were you taking photographs of me?
Hey, we didn't take the photos. Someone on the internet did. There's this website where people post conspiracies and other weird things, and there's this photo of you, like, exploding things with your mind.
Exploding things with my mind. I haven't done that in a while, so I'm sure it's an old photo.
So you're not denying that you can do that?
Of course I can't. Not with my mind, at least. This goes against all the better judgment I have in me, but can you take me to a computer to show me these photos? Well, that's me. Just, I don't know when these were taken.
How exactly do you explain all the blowing stuff up with your mind things? Can you really do that?
It's not exactly with my mind. I use sound. Remember when I kicked your ass earlier? I used the sound of my keytar to deal physical damage. If you study the physical properties of sound, you can learn enough about acoustics to both heal and damage objects orally. Do you recognize the location from these photos?
That's behind the old grocery store. Obviously, you've been there before.
Yet again, information we get from Alex does not match up what we've seen up to now. Alex mentions that the photos were taken behind the grocery store, but as far as I can tell, there is no grocery store in Frankton. Sure, there's fast food shops like a pizza place and a burger joint, but that's about it. And later on, you can actually see the photos for yourself on them, and it looks strange. The arcade is there, but it's next door to the camera shop, and that's not strange enough. You can see the pictures Michael took during the trip to the factory hotel, and they look nothing like the place we fought the entity in.
My name's Vella Wild. It's interesting to meet you.
And neither Alex nor Michael mentioned that the entity is dead. Instead, they say to Val that they simply run away.
Look, I need to get back to the arcade. I was technically in the middle of a shift. I'm gonna write my number down. Call me if you see any more interesting comments on my photos or have a run-in with the entities. Here is one last number. Call it if you ever want to open your mind and expand your battle abilities. That's all I'll say for now. The guy on the other end can explain more.
Hey! Just calling to see if you figured it out. I would love to just come out and say it, but I think it would scare you to death. And that would ruin everything.
Nope. I haven't figured anything out. Look, if you're just gonna keep calling me and say vague, creepy shit, you should at least tell me your name.
Oh! It's your best childhood friend. Think back to when you met me. We were kids. I think Losing My Religion by R.E.M. had just become a big hit. My mom didn't want me listening to it because she was afraid it would turn me into a bad kid or something. I went over to your house and we listened to it on your stereo for hours. My mom came to pick me up from your house, heard the song, and freaked out. How can you not remember that? It was the funniest thing. Yeah, you're right. You probably wouldn't remember that. Look, I'm going to keep calling you until you remember me. Remember what you used to say. Everything happens for a reason. That reason is nothing happens for any reason.
Entering the Mine Dungeon, greeted by Marlene, the crow, who tells us the gist of the Mine Dungeon. The Mine Dungeon is the game's main way of leveling up both Alex and the Cardas, and I actually really like it. It's probably one of my favorite aspects of the game, since it rewards the player for exploring and interacting with it, not just in a gameplay sense, but in a story sense. The more you level up, the more you learn about Alex, but I'll save that for later. Heading down, we find Jocasta again. She's the main way of unlocking new Cardas for Alex and the party, which are inside these gold-foiled eggs. Opening said eggs, we must have hit a winged version of Carrie, who is extremely weak, especially with the help of Crow this time. Also, can I just how hard the soundtrack for the Mine Dungeon goes?
Let's leave it at this.
What's that smell? Is that roses? Are you okay, dude?
Hey, Bella. It's Alex. Some kid sent us an email saying his sister vanished.
Really?
Yeah, said it was similar to the elevator girl's disappearance.
Okay, and he wants us to come check it out? I'll meet you at the Frankton bus stop. That's the best way to get there without a car. Oh, and Alex, I thought you should know. The elevator girl has a name. Her name is Semi Park. I was able to get some information on her. I'll share it with you in person.
Semi Park, huh?
And Alex's response here, strange. He almost sounds like this is the first time he's heard Sammy's real name, despite supposedly having learned it during the Factory Hotel section. After a short bus ride and Alex being vaguely racist.
Are you Korean?
No. Do I look Korean?
It's hard to say. You look vaguely ethnic?
We arrive in Wintown.
Hey, look! We're in Chicago!
Did you just laugh? I think this is the first time I've heard you do that.
I do it all the time. Well, usually it's in my head, and normally it's aimed at you too.
Ouch.
Did this guy tell you where to meet him specifically?
Well, crap. No, he didn't.
After a long back and forth, we finally discover the location of the message sender. Alex knocks on the door and we get a shot of his beautiful face, and we meet Rory.
Who are you guys?
I'm Alex. I come from the internet.
Oh, one sec. Come in. So hey, yeah, I'm Rory, but you probably figured that much out on your own. If not, why would I be letting you into my room? Anyway, what are your names?
I'm Alex. This is Bella and Michael.
No, I mean, what are your screen names? That's how I know all of you, so that'll be more beneficial.
Oh, I'm SNES Man 99. I think that's the first time I've had to say that out loud. Michael is Veriformer, and Bella isn't cool enough to go on the message board.
So, Rory, tell us about your sister. When did she disappear?
My sister, she vanished about 3 weeks ago. Went to school one day, left school, and now she's gone. No crazy elevator video of her either, she's just gone.
Oh, did your parents get the police involved?
No, my parents aren't exactly what you'd call proactive. They aren't the types that jump to their kids' defense when they're in trouble.
Do you think it would be okay if we talked to them?
No, that wouldn't be okay. It's complicated.
I see. Well, who else knows that she's missing? This is extremely serious. A teenage girl goes missing and someone needs to be doing something about it.
Yeah, but it's... Yeah, okay, you're right. Where do we begin? Well, my sister Carrie started acting weird a few months back. She was having trouble with some girls at school, but nothing she couldn't handle. So one day, things get really weird when I find her in the attic. She was holding some of her baby toys, stuff that's been boxed up for years. I asked her what she was doing, and she said she needed them for gifts. Gifts for kids who had less than she did. So then she left. She took 7 things with her. After she vanished, I went around looking for her and I found her toys scattered everywhere. Anyway, the weird thing is, each place a toy was found, an accident happened there shortly after. One of the toys was left at an underpass, and the next day, a kid was killed when a car hit him. And I know that sounds like a coincidence, but then at a train station, a woman was robbed, and the guy who grabbed her purse ran into the tracks and got hit by, not the train, but a cop car that lost control and plowed into him. Anyway, this old lady had a heart attack and died the next day at the grocery store right on top of a sewage cap where another toy had been found. You can't tell me all of that is a coincidence.
Did anything happen to you personally when you went to these locations? Were you the one who found the toys?
Yeah, to both. But okay, let's just go to the places. I think it'd be best for me to show you myself.
We leave the house and are greeted by these guys. No one seems to see them, but I guess we'll just leave them there.
I don't really believe in souls in a religious sense. I like to think about the soul as our mind. Have you ever imagined what it would be like if we successfully performed a brain transplant, but when the person woke up, they were exactly the same? Like, the brain is a physical part of the conscious, but the moment it's in a new body, the old soul, brain, or whatever enters back into the body and poof, we're back to being ourselves. Do people really know that the brain contains our thoughts? Yeah, and before you tell me about the science behind it, I know you're right. I just think about this from time to time.
You're a bit off on both your science and metaphysics, but you're onto something.
Vela didn't shoot him down. She didn't mock him. In my head, the rational part of my brain was already thinking of a variety of corrections to his ideas. But after this week, I knew pretty much anything was possible.
I think this part really shows Alex's ego pretty well. In his head, he always needs to be right, refusing to accept any evidence to the contrary, which will play a severely large part later on. After a bit more walking, Rory leads the team to the sewers in search for his sister. And I'm gonna be pretty honest, dude, this dungeon sucks. It really sucks, at least compared to the surrealness of the Vector Hotel that we experienced earlier. The only things of note I can really say here is that we get a new tool from Vela that we can use to clear these rocks, and we end up fighting some off-brand ninja turtles that have no right having such a banger boss team.
Everyone around me is in the past tense. They're dead, they're gone, just like you'll be. When it takes nice and stick it through your knee or your ribs or your spine or wherever it'll go. Gonna kill you now, so let's go. Go, kill you. Everyone around me is a motherfucking drug.
Walking into the last room, we're met with a soul survivor.
Oh, Rory, you are so wrong. So wrong.
Can't you see her too? That's my sister. That's Carrie.
Oh shit! It's an entity! We need to get the hell out of here!
Wait. We need to remain calm. We need to try and talk to him.
Carrie, I brought some friends. This is Alex, Michael, and Bella. They're gonna help us.
Rory, that isn't your sister. It's...
Shut up! That's Carrie. Can't you feel it? It's so familiar. I can prove it. She understands what I'm feeling, what I'm thinking. I've never been this close to anyone. Trust me, it's her!
Rory, that's not Carrie. Rory, that's you.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
That's your soul survivor. Your spirit, your consciousness.
How can that be? I'm right here!
Vela, what the hell is going on? You need to explain this.
Rory, what really happened to your sister? Something about your story doesn't add up. Let me hear the truth. Rory, please. I'm here to help you. Did your sister really vanish?
No. She jumped off the overpass.
Rory, that's terrible. Why did she do it?
What the hell kind of question is that? It was those bastards at school. Stupid, shitty girls always ragging on her, going out of their way to make her feel bad. Picking on her for being my sister. Ugh! This is all my fault. It's all because of me. Because of what I'm like. You know?
How did you find this place, Rory? When did you first see your soul survivor?
It was 2 weeks after she died. I found her things. I came down there thinking she fell down. Or something. I don't know. And then I thought about dying too. I wanted to die. I needed to get away from this world. I needed to find her.
But you knew she was dead, didn't you?
Of course. But
It's okay. You can tell me. I'm not judging anything you say here. Tell me all of it.
I surrendered myself to the ether. To the realm outside of this one. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Bella?
I do. Go on. What happened when you left your body?
I didn't get far. I separated from my physical form, and then I saw my body and my sister, which you say is me.
Did you leave the Earth?
I was so close. I was so far away. And then I saw it. The soul survivor. The entity. Whatever the hell you called it.
Rory, please listen to me carefully. You left your body when you surrendered yourself to your misery. You abandoned this physical form, and your soul was about to enter the soul space. But what you saw was not your sister. That soul over there is not hers. It is yours. I've traveled the soul space, and I understand what I am seeing when I look at the entities. I see the marks of your soul, and I can tell you that that is another you. Somewhere out there in the soul space, this you left his world and stumbled on yours. That's you from another plane. It's likely it was experiencing the same suffering as you.
What? I don't understand.
Bella, can you please explain what's going on here?
Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional. I understand what you were feeling. This depression is unbearable. I can't take it anymore. Your sister is gone. There's no changing that. But traveling the soul space is incredibly dangerous, and if you're not careful, you'll end up like him. You can't help but feel the pain, but you can get through the suffering. That will go away. Look, I know it's easy for me to say. I'm not the one whose sister is dead. But you have to understand that I am telling you the true reality of the situation. You're playing with some otherworldly dangers here. Oh no. Is that... Damn it! Guys, we need to run!
Bella, will you tell me what the hell is going on? What is all this about?
I think it's a golden alpaca. Damn it, we need to run! Come on, let's get out of here!
Reality after reality, I find a similar scenario. Children playing a game they don't understand. No matter. As I have time and time again, I will remove your illicit presences. Soul Traveler, I sentence you to soul death. You will reside in this reality no more. This is disgusting. And it is also disappointing. Reality after reality, I find a similar scenario. Children playing a game they don't understand. No matter, as I have time and time again, I will remove your illicit presences. Starting with you, the paralleled one. Interesting. You shouldn't be here either, chance traveler. And you, stitched into reality's fabric for dramatic effect, playing the childhood mate. You don't belong. Perhaps the similarities between this scenario and the others are only surface level. Soul Traveler, I sentence you to soul death. You will reside in this reality no more! And now you. How will you justify your continued existence?
The Golden Alpaca serves as the game's first real boss, and I love him, dude. He's a perfect amount of weirdness and coolness that is just pressed in my brain, and his voice acting is probably one of the best in the game. His theme is also just a banger, to just take a listen.
Okay.
You possess strength I didn't anticipate. My wounds are mortal. How did I not see it? It was already broken.
After a conversation that goes on for way too long, we get another strange Alex dream.
hadn't spoken with Michael, Vela, or Rory in almost 8 days. Michael was stuck in his house, pretending to study for finals. And taking her cue from the other women in my life, Vela vanished. I'd gone to the Frankton arcade hoping to see her each day, but she wasn't around. As I listened to the soaring strings and strangely syncopated bass line of Symphony 7 in E-flat by Andrew Allinson, I replayed that night in my head.
After fighting our way out of the dungeon and a couple of more encounters with the golden alpaca,
I'm so close to getting out. I'm almost there.
we have another conversation with the group.
Okay, Vela, think.
She really is gone, isn't she? What the hell am I going to do? You guys realize how messed up all this is? My 12-year-old sister killed herself. She died right here, right where we're standing.
Hey, dude, cool it with that! No one cares about your sister right now. We almost just died ourselves!
The group gets rightfully mad at Alex for saying that, and he decides the best option is to say,
You realize you've been leading us on this whole time about your sister? You acted like this was connected to Sammy!
I like to point out this line, because Rory didn't actually do that. If you go back and reread everything that's been said up to this point, he never actually claimed this was connected to Sammy, only that it was similar. Alex then has a conversation with himself, or himself, I guess.
Why did you just say that to Rory? The Alex I know would have never acted this way. Man, school really changed you. It wasn't school that changed you. Just think about it, dude. Yeah, why are you being such a dick, Alex? I know you got scared because we almost died down there, but can't you see that Rory is hurt? His sister freaking killed herself. I don't get you, dude. You know full well that you're overreacting, but you just won't back down. Will it kill you to say you're sorry? Seriously? Just say you're sorry. You know, you're really gonna regret this once that hot head of yours has cooled it. Bella's not ever gonna go on a date with you, and Michael's gonna find better friends in college. Seriously, just stop being such a loser. I think Vela thinks you're a stuck-up rich kid who's never known real-world problems in his life. I think the same thing, actually. Okay, so now you're going back to reality. Are you ready to back down? I want to say I'm sorry, I don't know if I can. There's always time to say you're sorry, right?
And I really like this section. It really helps drive the point home that Alex isn't actually sorry for what he did. He's sorry that he got caught and his friends are gonna dislike him now.
How do you expect me to remain calm with all this crazy shit going on around us? Alex! Shut up! Stop it! This isn't all about you, you know! Fine. Whatever. You said that this isn't about Sammy, but don't you think there is a connection? Don't you realize Sammy was probably taken by one of those soul creeps?
No, that's not right. That isn't how this works. Soul survivors wouldn't take someone like that. They have no interest in such things. They've transcended things like kidnapping or anger or any other motivation for that.
Look, guys, I'll see you around. This is seriously the last time I hang out with people I met on the internet.
Wait! Come back! Rory! Great, Alex. Now look what you did.
Hey, this isn't my fault! Don't blame that on me! He's the one who lied to us! Dude! He was obviously just hurting. Just needed someone to reach out to. Could you have said exactly what was going on? Even hiding behind a computer. You can't help but think what people think of you.
Alex, you need to clear your head. Michael, you go back home with Alex. I'm gonna go figure some things out. I'll be in touch when I do. In the meantime, try not to be such a jerk to your friends.
Hey, that kid isn't my friend!
Chapter 3 kicks off Alex moping around in his room as his mother comes home after almost 10 hours of gameplay. And bad news, she got fired from her job and Alex has to get a job instead. Alex, being the gracious look that he is, has to calm himself down so that he doesn't blow up at his mom for daring to ask him to get a job. Checking on him again, we can find another post relating to Sammy, and apparently she was actually a huge dog lover. and she had a dog named Ernest. And this isn't just some random guy saying this, it's apparently coming directly from my uncle. We also find that she worked at KNN, or the Korean News Network, and we actually confirmed this ourselves, that we can find her microphone in her room in the factory hotel section. We also find another post from Super Pudding claiming they're the elevator go, and they tell their life story up to the incident that happened. They claim that their mother was schizophrenic, and they say they do not want to be found. But strangely enough, there is no reply to this post. You'd think that a lot of people would be replying to this, but no, there's just no one here. Reading some emails, we find one by someone named Simon, that he recommends Alex a movie called The Blackened Pawn. 1968's The Blackened Pawn, directed by Kiyosaki X, is a movie that apparently deals with the concept of original sin, or more specifically, the first original sin, comparison. Original sin is the meaning behind the sinfulness of all humans that happened thanks to the fall, or to be more specific, the time that Eve and Adam disobeyed by eating the fruit of forbidden knowledge. And we actually heard about the fall before, during their first meeting with the angel.
Child, what happened to your name? Did you lose it in the fall? Tragedy.
His next email reveals that he's actually Michael's brother, and he talks about a melody, or earworm as he calls it, that Michael used to sing was Alex's favorite song, and it was about meeting in a dream, which sounds really similar to the intro song we heard when we started the game. Leaving Alex's house, we can go to the arcade and find Vela, despite Alex claiming she wasn't present at all during the times she went there, so she's just here now apparently. She refuses to give Alex a job, so we go to the other stores in town, and they all reject us. And after being rejected from pretty much every store in town, Alex decides to give up and go home to take a nap.
Hey Alex, it's your... No, I already said there was no time for that. Okay, look, kiddo, I gotta go. Say hi to your sister for me.
I couldn't deal with this.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Waking up and heading downstairs, we find the sole survivor, just chilling on the couch, I guess. Alex doesn't seem too bothered by it, and he goes to the kitchen.
Okay. I'm going to say it. I don't know if you've noticed. I certainly did. In fact, I'd been trying to ignore it all along. You see, there was a figure in my house. It followed me around. It was lurking in the corner of my eyes at all times. Was this why my mood had been so strange? Why I felt so weird since I last saw everyone? No, I don't think that was it. Something told me the figure wasn't bad. It had been here a while. Haven't you noticed it? It had been here since I returned home from college. Maybe even before. I think I needed to speak with it. It was materialized. It was no longer transparent. Was it an entity? Why the hell was it living in my house?
After a bit of back and forth, we follow it to an abandoned radio tower where we find a record jacket with all of the main characters on it. And Alex doesn't question it. Okay, let's move on.
Hey, not my fault. Look, I'll swing into town in the morning and see if they have this record, this mystical Ultima LP legend or whatever.
So rigging the auction worked, huh?
Just as expected.
Well, go on. Who is it?
I always bid on the same thing. Photos of missing persons reported on Onism.
You've got sick hobbies. Why so invested in this?
You know it isn't like that. Some of those guys on Onism, definitely. But I'm just trying to put it all together.
So you won the photo. Worked hard for it too. Good job, given the circumstances. So, do I get to know who it is? Come on, say it.
You know I hate that. I thought this room was a safe haven, but now...
Do it for me. Come on, buddy.
It's Jay Gatsby.
Jay Gatsby. Do it again. Say who it is.
The person in the photo is Don Ottavio.
More obscure. Don Quixote.
Don Giovanni! I've had enough! I don't find it funny like you do.
You will in time. Speaking of which, hurry it along. Soon mistaking white noise for Don Diego de la Vega is going to be the least of your problems.
Enough. I'll never find her if you keep distracting me like this. Do you want me to go proto or not? I've lost sight of the whole plot. I can barely remember why I'm doing this.
We head to Michael's house to ask for his help, and apparently we got the wrong house.
Hi. What do you want?
Oh, is Michael home?
Michael? Wah! There is no Michael who lives here. Only... Oh, you must want the house next door. Yeah, Michael lives there.
Oh, sorry. Whoops.
That was weird. I've known Michael forever, and I swear to God, he always lived in that house. I needed to relax. I was letting all the paranormal get to me.
Yes? Can I help you?
Is Michael home?
Yeah, but he's sick. I'll let him know you rang the doorbell.
Right, okay. Cool.
After we fail to find the record in Franklin, Alex decides it's a good idea to go recruit Bella in his quest, and it goes about as well as expect.
Hey Bella, you busy?
Hey, what do you want?
So, it's a bit complicated. Can you get away from work for a bit? It's about Sammy and the entities and all that stuff.
How long do I need to be away for?
Not long, just need to run to Windtown. So 3 to 4 hours tops.
Are you serious? You want me to just walk away from my job for 3 to 4 hours?
It's important. Look, no one here really needs you to do your job. It'll be fine.
I need the money, Alex.
Hey, I'll pay you. What do you make an hourly? Minimum wage? I'll give you the $30.
Alex, you don't get it, do you? You have no idea what hard work is. You don't get having a purpose besides your own stupid whims. One day, Alex, when you finally get a job, you'll understand how everything can't be conspiracies and missing mysterious girls all the time.
Okay. Yeah, I get it.
Wait, Alex. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have snapped like that.
No, I get it. That's how you feel about me. Nothing I can do to change it.
Alex, calm down.
No, it's fine. I'm everyone's punching bag. It's totally great. Just keep kicking me.
Get over yourself, Alex. Could you be any more of an entitled little brat?
Last night, an entity was in my house. I followed it to an old radio tower, and there I found this.
What the hell?
Yeah, the entity was in my house.
No, not that. I don't care about that. That happens all the time. This has to be a joke. Are you screwing with me? Where did you get that?
I told you it was in the radio tower.
But how did it get here?
What?
Look, do us all a favor and don't try to find that record. Just let it go.
But don't you think that this is all connected? Sammy vanishing, me meeting you, Rory, the entity appearing in my house.
Sometimes a record is just a record and an entity just lives in your house. Don't try and connect everything together like there is some giant cosmic plan. Look, don't look for that record.
Oh, I'm going to. You really can't stop me.
Alex! Oh, sometimes you just make me want to... Ah! If you find it, just leave me out of it. I want nothing to do with it.
What, do you really hate this band or something?
Alex, just get the hell out of here. I don't want to see you for a while.
Sorry, didn't mean to upset you.
After that, we catch Michael outside the arcade, where he pretends to be sick but still decides to help us out. This is the hell that the angel told us about, and it's by far one of my favorite parts of the game. Just the music alone that plays in this segment perfectly encapsulates how otherworldly this place really feels. Heading upstairs, we can enter Alex's mom's room and inspect the objects. You hate the sound of alarm clocks. Mom gets so mad when they have nightmares. Mom never lets you wear her clothes, check your reflection, and hate how you look. This all paints a very depressing picture of Alex's life with her family, hinting at neglect or even maybe abuse at the hands of Alex's mom. But interestingly enough, going to the same room but in the mirror side of the house, it paints a completely different picture. You check the reflection and know your inner and outer beauty. You've never seen this before in your life. You're filled with fond memories of playing dress up with your mama.
Psych! Damn! I wish you could have seen your face trying to walk around like that. It was hysterical. Oh, would you calm down? It was all just a prank! Why the fuck you always getting so upset over every little thing? You really think I'd let my little girl suffer like that? Anyway, I'm just up in here looking for your old piggy bank. Can't find it, and your mom's drawer is locked. Again? If you see her, don't let her know I'm up here looking for loose change.
After acquiring the gun, we can explore more of the house and discover more of these bad and good objects, with most of them implying the idea of Allison either being an only child or having someone else as her brother. Killing 5 balloon Alexes, Mom arrives home and berates us.
Did you pick up the cat from the dry cleaners, Allison?
What? Why is Dolly at the dry cleaners?
You worthless fucking...
I'm sorry. I forgot about my chores again. I was busy playing with the bad brother.
God damn it, Allison! I fucking told you not to call him that! I don't want to see you. Did you at least get the memory card like I asked? If you're going to be my albatross, please don't make me want to hang myself for the love of God, Allison. Get the key from upstairs, then go in the basement and get the memory card. I've had a long day. Don't you ever think about how much I work for you two?
Despite being supposedly in the good side of the house, Alex's mom still acts very aggressive towards Allison. And in going upstairs, we defeat the worst boss in gaming history, but we collect the key to the basement and presumably go further into hell. We're transported back with Marlene as he asks us more questions about our friends. The nerdiest guy you know, a friend who's always there, and a piece of technology close to your heart. Back with the dynamic duo, Alex tries to abandon Rory, but Chad Michael yet again stops him. As we go into Rory's house, we're greeted by...
Oh, hi. Are you Rory's friends? He doesn't get a lot of visitors. Why don't you come inside?
Leave them alone, Mom.
Wow, Rory. Your mom is all legs.
Shut up.
Okay, I know how this looks, but just trust me on this one. This is actually amazing foreshadowing on a future plot point. So just trust me on this one, okay? Just trust me. Heading downstairs, Alex will actually apologize, and he sounds sincere.
Look, man, I was out of line the other day. I was scared. I don't know what came over me. So, I'm hoping you can forgive me and can be friends. I think you're a cool guy, so... yeah.
This is drastically different from the way Alex acted towards Rory just up to a few minutes ago. But maybe, just maybe, this means he can actually change. Rory decides to help us out on our quest as we head to the record shop nearby. And again, they do not have the record, but they tell us about another store that might have it. During the ride to the store, we actually got a pretty good heart-to-heart with the trio.
So, Rory, tell us more about you. I don't think we know all that much.
Hi, I'm Rory. I'm a scene kid with a dead sister. That's it.
Wow. Dark, dude. Do you, have a job or any hobbies?
Yeah, I work at this shitty video store, Planet VHS. We can get you any movie 6 to 12 months after its continental US release on VHS. So basically, we suck.
Any plans for college or anything?
I don't really know if college is in the cards for me.
Why do you say that?
Well, after my sister died, my parents aren't really themselves. they've had a rocky relationship as it is. So I think if I left, everything would fall apart.
That's not your job. You don't have to keep your parents together.
I don't know if that's true. I feel like I have a responsibility to them. Do either of you have jobs?
I used to deliver papers, but nothing lately. Now my dad pays me to proofread the things he writes. Oh yeah, and Alex is unemployed.
I might be able to get you a job at Planet VHS.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm just holding out for the right job. I'm not really in a rush.
Didn't you tell me on the way that your mom lost her job and you needed to help her out?
I think she was just saying that, but I know she wouldn't want to push me into anything I'm not ready for.
Did you go to college?
Yeah, I graduated earlier this year. I have my BLA.
Oh, so let me know if you do want that job at Planet VHS. My manager has his BLA, and the night shift manager has his DMA in dance.
I'll find something. I just need to hold out a bit longer till it feels right.
So, Michael, are you going to college?
Yeah, I am.
You don't sound so excited.
It's just scary. Not the leaving home part, I don't care about that. But you have 4 years to ensure that you have a future. It's a lot of pressure, isn't it? When my parents were kids, you didn't have to go to college. I bet in 10 years you'll need your master's to even be considered for a job. I'm also scared of the debt, you know?
Did your parents set up a college fund?
Nah, they didn't really have that kind of money. They did good for a while, but my dad's work hasn't been going so well.
What are you leaning towards?
Computers, probably. Maybe I'll make computer games.
You'd think Michael would be more interested in photography, but no, he wants to make computer games, which is a surprise. Even the scene implies photography, with the same camera portraits from the camera shop in Frankton appearing in the background. The crew arrive at the shop, but decide to go eat at the burger joint first, before continuing on their epic quest for the record.
I remember sitting at the burger joint wondering why I wasn't more like Michael or Rory. Michael, concerned about the future. Rory, someone who had something to aspire to. At the time, I told myself I had a purpose. I was looking for Semi Park. I was going to find her, save her, I don't know. Something was going to happen. Somehow there would be meaning in all this craziness.
So, how about that economy?
Yeah.
Really seems like the world is going to shit, doesn't it? First Alex loses Sammy, I lose Carrie, the economy is tanking. Future looks bleak in 1999, boys.
Must be Y2K.
What's Y2K?
It's some computer virus or something that's going to destroy modern society at midnight on New Year's.
Not exactly. Computers only count the last 2 digits of a number, so they don't know the difference between 2000 or 1900. This will cause various problems with dates and finances, and will probably cause a big mess. People all over the world are panicking. When 2000 rolls around, all the computers will crash and nuclear bombs will go off or something.
This is crazy. How have I never heard of this before?
Probably because you live under a posh little rock and only hear about the things your mommy wants you to hear about.
Screw you, man. So uninformed. Jeez, I used to read the newspaper in college, but all I read is Honest in 1999. Okay, enough of this depressing chatter. Shall we proceed to the record shop?
As we arrive at the store, we are yet again denied from the record, so the next store we go. This is Flacktown, the 4th and most empty town in the game, only having 2 stores and not much else.
Hey man, I'm looking for this record. You've probably never heard of it. It's called Mystical Ultima LP Legend. I have the jacket, but I'm missing the record.
Do you come from the internet? Are you from Onism 1999?
What? Yeah, I mean, I go on there, but how did you know?
I'm guessing it wasn't you who posted there, was it? Haven't you checked the forums today? Somebody posted a photo of this record jacket, and they've been asking people if they have a copy. They said it had something to do with Semi Park's disappearance. But aren't you the guy who posted the photos of her last known location?
I am, but wow, it's just, I had no idea anyone around here even knew about Semi. I'm just shocked.
Nice to meet you, man. I'm Claudio.
I'm Alex. This is Michael. He's the one who took the photos. And this guy here is Rory. He also works on monism.
Aye, great. So you're looking for Mystical LP, huh? Well, sorry, we don't got it. But I do know where you can get it. It's gonna sound a bit odd. Hell, you know what? I'll come with you. I own this stupid place. I can take a break whenever I want.
Yeah, we're down. Where do we go?
There's this old guy. He's on a mountain south of here. He's a real chill guy, a bit out there, but he's got the biggest record collection on the East Coast. He's bound to have it. Let me just grab my sister. Hey, Chandra! Come here a minute!
What's up, Claudio?
I'm gonna run the marks for a bit. Do you wanna come with us?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get James to watch the front.
So, how do we get there?
It's a bit of a hike, but it's a nice walk. Head to the mountain south of here. He has a little cottage on top. Can't miss it. After getting ourselves 2 new party members, we walked around the town, but I stopped at the internet cafe because I wanted to check this post Claudio supposedly saw.
Are you a Kisage X fan?
You look like one, no offense.
That's a quote from his movie. But seriously, are you a fan? A shock. I've never met an original sinner in the wild, Yuzu. I run the Kisage X Existentialist fanzine. It's a mailing list, really. Anyway, do you want to join? Awesome. I'll send you an email. You'll get mine first. It'll tell you all about the question. Then you'll see everyone's replies.
After this strange interaction, we can check Honism, and Claudio's post is not anywhere to be seen here, but there is something new here. The post details of a ghost, supposedly of Semi Park, haunting the cave nearby. Interesting though, we can read a reply from the ghost's brother, where he talks about how she ended her own life thanks to a man called Shinji Irvin, who led on for a few months only to switch her for a new girl. Reading Panzina's email reveals a lot more about the Blackened Pond. 1978's The Black Pond Cocktail tells the story of a half-fish, half-boy who must drink water or he will die, as he's unable to find any water, instead drinks water from the Blackened Pond, and then is grabbed by a creature who threatens to drown him unless he answers these questions. Why do we live? Why do we die? And why do we suffer? The email concludes with Panzina asking the other members to reply with their own answers to the question. Wow, that seems like an interesting question. I sure wonder what the other...
You have mail.
Oh my god. Now, thankfully, from what I've been able to gather, these are actually just emails from people who are fans of the game, so there are no lore stuff here, or else this video will be like 5 hours long. But shout out to you, Yoneko, for the great answers, but I will say, Luna Gamer is definitely the correct one among all of these. Mountain Town is a very strange place. It has basically one house and a couple of vending machines, with the rest of the town being just the cave.
What's that smell? Is that roses?
Definitely not roses. Ugh, smells awful.
I smell it too. It could be popcorn?
What's wrong with him?
Sorry. He's going through some stuff.
Further up, we get another tool, this time being the hair whip, which can use to cut down these weird Easter Island looking bushes. We enter the cave and... Look, I'm gonna be real with you, the cave dungeon is by far Y2K's lowest point. After all the surreal imagery and creative puzzles we had so far, the cave dungeon is just painfully bland, dude. It's just unnecessarily long, in my opinion, with the main gimmick of it being to use dolly to push levers or to lower bridges, and to use amp to destroy these rocks to clear a path. Heading into the mine dungeon again, we can use the hair whip to clear a path, and at the end of said path, we find a room that's basically identical to the red room we saw Michael in earlier, but this does not add up. If this is the same room, why is it inside Alex's head? Fighting our way through the rest of the dungeon, we reach the final room, where we meet the ghost. She repeats what we just saw in red from her brother's Amazon post. Alex goes to turn off the boombox, but...
Oh, what's that stench?
I don't smell anything bad. Hey, Alex? You okay?
Hold it! I wouldn't touch him if I were you. Lest you become similarly trapped by... nostalgia. Dear friends, you must excuse my appearance. Had I known you'd be coming too, I'd have dressed as a plumber, not as a constable. Silly me, for leaks simply were not on my itinerary. Truly an inspirational sight. I didn't know the Parallel were capable of making friends. I am impressed. Brava, child! Really didn't think you had it in you.
Claudio, this has gotten too weird for me. We should just leave.
Tell me, what do you smell?
A fresh river. Like the one that used to run through Frankton.
Popcorn. Our old couch.
Why are you guys even answering? Come on, let's go! Please!
Do you not have a taste for my perfume? Pity. The boys like it, though.
It's rancid.
Road!
It sucks. It smells horrible.
It's not horrible. Actually, it's beautiful.
It's childhood. It's my first computer. It's the paper of the first book that moved you.
Precisely! It's nostalgia. I put it in a bottle and sprinkled it on things I want people to find. It's what brought all of you here. It's intoxicating.
Well, it doesn't work on me. So whatever you're selling, I'm afraid we're going to pass. Guys, let's go. Grab Alex.
I told you! You can't touch it. Ladies! I want what's best for you. Call that my own nostalgia.
This scene is one of the biggest hints towards what was really going on the plot of Y2K, and some of you maybe have started realizing what the plot actually is, but just shh. Okay, don't spoil for the rest of the class, please.
Okay.
Looks like you were pretty tough after all. She's still materializing, so I guess I'm not immortal for now. Well, no matter. She'll see to it when she's better. Thanks for the nostalgic beating, bro.
We're not done kicking his ass! Bring him back! Ugh.
Did you ever see the episode of Serial Experiments Lane where...
What? Why are you bringing up anime right now? After what we just saw?
No, I get what he means. He's trying to say what can't be said. It's the same feeling as Final Fantasy VII. We try to reach for the memory of Genova and it's gone. We can't discuss it without thinking of... What was I talking about?
Video games and anime! Let's just leave this cave and get to Mark's. He'll know what to do.
Who was that guy?
The elder Toguro? Or Siegfried?
That's not quite right. Close, though.
Now, I'd love to show you the rest of the scene, but unfortunately, Michael punched Rory so hard that it crashed my PS4 every time it happened. After reaching the top, we're greeted by Mark, the record collector that Chandra and Claudia have been talking about.
Heavy metal is the oral manifestation of all things good and powerful in the world. It contains the perfect positive energies to dispel hate, racism, sexism, poverty, with the power of metal gods channeling through my guitar strings. I was able to bring peace and prosperity to the Middle East.
Hey Mark, could I ask a favor? Could you please tell us about the goddamn record?
How did you find out about this mystical LP?
I found the jacket. Here, I have it with me.
Ah, yes. The Mystical Ultima LP Legend by Vela Wild.
Did you say Vela Wild?
Yeah. But didn't you know this already? It's on the cover. Did you even read it?
Okay, besides the obvious problem with this plot point, it's also straight up the biggest waste of time the game has you do. I genuinely believe you could cut out this entire section and the only thing that would be lost is the Perfume King. And the real reason this thing happens also doesn't make it better. This is why Mountain Town feels like one of Y2K's lowest points, because it builds up to what's basically nothing and just tells you to go back where you started, where in the past 3 hours of gameplay basically useless.
Did you ever consider that this record might be locked away inside your mind? And if not yours, maybe inside the mind of this Wild character?
Damn. So you don't have it?
No, how could I? It hasn't come out yet. What? Check the date on the back of it. See the sticker? Do not sell until January 1st, 2000. Since I'm not a time traveler, well, at least in this life, I couldn't possibly have this record. You kids should pay closer attention to your record jackets. They have lots of useful information on them.
Thanks a lot, Mark. I know where to find this record now.
What? You do? How?
I'll explain some stuff when we get outside. Claudio, Chandra, there's some things I want to let you in on, especially since you've been so kind to me since we've met.
Rory, you lost your sister? I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Losing a sibling is a terrible burden on any person. Let us know if you need anything.
Yeah, what's going on here?
We've lost someone before. We know what it's like. Maybe that's what drew me to the Sammy Park case.
I see. What about the soul survivors and all that?
Let's say we've had experience with the supernatural before.
I had a kid brother, you know. He went missing in 1985. Got on his bike one day to go to our neighbors, 7 houses up the street. And he just vanished. Never came back. We looked for him for months. Dad never stopped. Still hands out flyers at the grocery store every Sunday. He even got an artist to draw him aged.
Were there ever any leads or anything?
No one really ever investigated it. Sure, they looked around for him. And for a week they had a task force. They had one guy they suspected. But every lead fell through.
You act like they even tried. A 4-year-old black kid goes missing in a shit neighborhood, and you think they really tried?
Yeah, it's complicated, Alex.
I don't remember this being on the news or anything, and you're from Windtown, right? That's like an hour outside of Frankton. How the hell did this get national coverage?
Isn't it obvious, man? Same reason no one gives a shit about Sammy Park.
I'm sure if Aaron had been a beautiful white woman, everyone would have cared that he vanished. Everyone would have had a candlelight vigil and a moment of silence. But that's just not how these things work. And you know what's funny? My dad is a lawyer, and my mom was an assistant to the governor. It's not like we were shit no one people, you know? It just wasn't news, or whatever they told us. Don't you think it's weird that a young woman goes missing in your town and only people talking about it are some weirdo kids on the internet? And they aren't really talking about it for awareness. You guys get off on it in a way, don't you? Some fantasy about being the white knight swooping in and saving the exotic Korean girl.
As we leave Mountain Town, we are transported to the basement now, where we can find Michael? Or at least the Michael from the intro. He's called Forgotten Love here, and he tells that he's coming to help, but first he needs our gun. Thankfully, in exchange, he gives us the ballerina card, which is basically just let us kill the Balloon Alexis with a melee attack this time. Michael also mentions Autumn, but not the Autumn Late Night that we're used to. No, instead he refers to Autumn 2021. Now, the game is set in 1999, correct? So why would there exist an Autumn 2021? Moving forward, we can find Vala, or at least her intro version. I saw my other self in full company for the first time, yet here I am, alone in a soul space. Why did I follow myself? Moving forward, we fight Beelzebub. Clearly a play on Beelzebub, or Lord of the Flies. Defeating him, we finally gain the memory card, apparently belonging to the Bad Brother.
Help me, good brother.
Forgive this aberration. I seldom speak when the camera is rolling. I know little of your strife, but what little I have seen causes me a great deal of pain. So I offer you some simple advice. Do not twist the good memories with the bad memories. Those who do run the risk of becoming twisted beings in their own right.
Critical hit!
I can help.
Oh, fallen girl, here in the depths of hell. What have you done to deserve this fate? With what horrible act did you harm the fabric of reality? I know an original sinner when I see you, just as I know myself when I peep the blackened pond. You have wounded me. You accuse me of original sin? To even know of sin is the sin, and it is all around me. How could I possibly not conceive of a new version of it? You take originality for granted. You're a fool. And that is why you must die. Here in the soul space. All alone. No friends. No loved ones. Just all the realities you destroyed before this one.
This time, we're met with Claudio and Chandra in the record shop. A record shop that, might I add, does not exist anywhere in the actual map. This record shop seems to be in somewhere around a city, as you can see from the outside the windows.
Is the script good?
It's funny. I'm not sure if it's good yet, but it's definitely compelling.
What's it about? Is it another Kisage X kaiju film?
It's definitely a Kisage X film. No kaijus yet, but I'm only on the 3rd page. So far, it seems to be about a cruel boy who pushes his sister into a mysterious dark pond, forcing her into a mirror reality where she is someone else's sister.
Who do you play?
I haven't gotten to my character yet. All I know is my costume has wings.
We're back as Alex now, and he and the team goes to the arcade so that they can apologize to Vela for being such a douchebag. She accepts his apology, and she meets the new party members as they all go to the burger joint to discuss about the record inside her head.
Fine. If it will make you stop sulking, I'll go with you into the mine dungeon. I'd like to know why my record is here myself.
I'm a little confused here, guys. How the hell does Alex know the record is in your mine dungeon?
Because I know she's trying not to think about it, and the things we try not to think about always end up on our minds.
That seems like more of a stretch than the link between Sammy and the record to me. But sure, I've got nothing else to do. Let's get inside Bella's head.
Entering Vela's mine dungeon, we met with an empty stage. Our job is to gather the band members to perform so we can reach the record. Vela's mine dungeon is by far the best dungeon in the entire game. It has pretty much what the past 2 dungeons have been missing for a long time now. It has fun puzzles, creative enemies, and the OST is also really cool, as it changes as you gather up the band members, adding a new instrument to the mix. After we knock down the Velas, we get yet another new tool, this time a skateboard, used for riding up ramps and jumping small gaps. Going through each door, we meet a different Vela. First the drummer, who needs something to calm her nerves down so she can play, then the pianist, who needs helping her how to play it properly, the bassist, who is fine and doesn't need anything I guess, and finally the guitarist, who needs a towel to dry herself off. But there's an extra room here that's worth mentioning. In this room, we can find Sammy and her mom, who seems to match the description of behavior we've been told so far about her. And after raiding the loading area for some alcoholic beverages and stealing a blanket from Baby Vela, we managed to get all Velas on stage except for the singer, who's sick and couldn't attend. So, we all Vela volunteers, and we head further where we find the record being held by the Chance Traveler from Carrie's segment.
Why won't you sign it? I've come all this way.
Vela, do you know this guy?
Oh, hell yeah! There are two of you? Will you sign it? Please, please! I'm your biggest fan.
How'd you get in here?
What? Oh, that was easy. Someone posted instructions online. I just followed the walkthrough.
Vela clearly doesn't want you here. Respect her wishes, or we'll have to throw down.
Oh, hell yeah! Let's go!
Something to note about this guy, he's the only character with green eyes in the entire game, possibly being the same guy one of the light NPCs mentioned during our exploration of the factory hotel. And he's pretty obviously supposed to be Alex, or at least a version of Alex, so to speak. Going back home, Vela asked us to listen to the record before broadcasting it, and we're transported to a hallway with multiple Velas in them, and there's also a bunch of robed Alex behind them. And, okay, look, I'm not gonna dance around the topic this time. This is obviously not real. These aren't actually thoughts Vela is having, and Alex can just magically hear them or something like that. What is happening, actually, is Alex is just imagining this wild fantasy of his right now. He's imagining these wild things he wants Vela to say, like reference to Final Fantasy, for example. Multiple of the statements here said just don't match up with stuff we know about her, or we'll find out for that matter. One of them even makes a Final Fantasy 13 reference, like I said before, saying how she's the worst of the Velas and she hopes her sequels will be better. But isn't this game set in 1999? This doesn't make much sense.
It's beautiful, Vela.
Yeah, really nice.
Better than I could do.
It's
nice. Not what I normally listen to. but I can tell it's good for the genre. Probably.
You should go after her. It's what I'd want. Let her know it was great.
If this is Vella's album, why was a guy singing on it?
Michael's remark here makes no sense. What we heard, as far as I can tell, there's only a woman singing in the song, and seeing as no one argues against it, this leaves us with two possible options. Option 1, this is just a slip up by the writer from when the song actually had a male singer. Or option 2, there's something that's not being told to us right now. After a small pep talk from the team, Alex will search for Vella, and he gets another strange phone call.
Hey man, sorry I haven't called lately.
Can't deal with this now.
Oh yeah, sorry. Anyway, she's at the playground. Go get her, Tiger.
We can read on them again, and there's two new posts. The first one being the post Claudio mentioned about the mythical Ultima LP legend. But the second is Sammy, yet again saying she does not want to be found. And as we go aside, we see that it's Halloween, and we also see the woman from Alex's dream.
I just saw Vella run by. She was crying. I think you should go after her. I'm pretty sure she had towards the arcade. That's what a good friend will do. You are a good friend. Right, Alex?
There's also a Final Fantasy VII reference here, with Aerith crying over Sammy's grave that's planted in Alex's front yard for some reason. In front of the arcade, we meet a blue version of the woman we made before, who guides us towards Vella, this time saying she's in the park.
I want to tell you the rest of my story. How I came to be in this reality with you. But I want you to promise not to judge me.
I won't judge you.
I have come to understand certain things. Things I know to be true. Things that I know others wouldn't understand unless they had experienced them. My reality was much worse than this one. I was a girl who was entirely lost. From a young age, people thrust their expectations on me. They believed I was destined for artistic greatness. I was a child prodigy in many ways. I had peaked by my early teens, and I was no longer able to perform or create at a level that could match the adults around me. I considered quitting piano, considered removing myself from art altogether, but something pulled me back. It was May 22nd, 1996, when I met the man who would fix this for me. At 3:02 a.m., I walked into a music club in the city. It was on stage, playing to a small but enthusiastic audience. It wasn't before long that we became both romantically and artistically involved. It was as if knowing him had somehow broken the seal around my mind that was preventing me from creating something worthwhile. Never had I given myself to someone so literally and spiritually before. Together, we wrote A Distant Voice, and I knew that I still had the hopes of being not only a good artist, but an interesting human being. Something terrible happened on May 22nd of 1997. At 3:02 p.m., his daughter had come home and found us together. He hadn't yet told his children about me. I was a much younger woman. He followed her out and into a coffee shop. I waited for them to return, hating myself more and more for entering his life and making it difficult. I waited there until 3:02 a.m., completely beside myself. And the strange thing is, he never returned. He never came back into his own apartment. I stayed there for a few days, knowing he'd have to come back eventually. And he simply never did. I called his friends, I called his manager, and they all said they hadn't seen him. Just like that, he slipped through the cracks of my reality and never returned. A minute into the first concert I had put on since his disappearance, I watched in terror from behind my piano as he wrapped his arm around a girl even younger than I. I left the stage and receded into myself. The man who placed his arms around that young woman was not the same man who placed his arms around me so many times. It couldn't have been. For many days, nights, minutes, seconds, I sat in my bed, slowly drifting further into my own depression, slowly pulling my mind from my body. When the separation happened, it was almost immediate. It was so sudden that the painful moments leading up to it felt trivial. I was just my mind, and I had left my physical body behind. I floated until I found a reality that seemed different from mine, hoping to find a reality that contained the him I knew, hoping that he had fallen into this reality, and we could be together again.
Was his voice the one we heard on the record?
No, it wasn't. I don't know whose voice we heard.
Once again, the song we heard does not match up what's described, and now we learn that the person singing wasn't even valid to begin with. So who was even singing in the first place?
Well, what should we do now?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I think I misread that situation.
Yeah, no, it's cool. Let's go back inside and whatever.
Heading back home, we regroup with the party, but before leaving, we can check our computer and find some more emails from Simon. The first one talking about how he keeps dreaming about a certain party with the dumping music and our sister climbing on the ledge. The second one, he asks us why we haven't been responding to his emails. And then he asks us about a picture of Alex, Michael, and Aubrey? Who's Aubrey? Never mind. And moving on, the final one, he tells us he found Michael's old camera, telling us if he finds the picture of Michael and Andrea? What the hell? Okay, something's wrong here. So from what we know so far, this seems to be implying that he's supposedly talking about Alex's sister, correct? But for some reason, he seems to be refusing to use her real name, which is really strange. And there's also an extra email here, apparently from Alex's mom. She asked where he is, saying he went to the shopping mall with his friends and didn't return, and she threatens to call the police if we don't respond to her text messages. At this point, we have no idea what this means, but it will become more relevant later.
For everyone, time is measured differently. For myself, it was in days since Sammy had been missing. For Michael, it was days until school began and he lost his freedom. For Vela, time was measured in music. A careless and overwhelming existence where the oral world carried more weight than the physical world. For Claudio and Rory, it was days since their siblings vanished from their lives. For Chandra, I think it was days until she could escape counting days since her little brother's disappearance. But for all of us, time moved at the same rate, calculating days until we found a way to feel important.
Should I play it?
Yeah, we've come this far. It'd be stupid not to do it.
I'm ready, guys. I feel like something exciting is about to happen.
Hopefully this isn't a mistake.
Worst comes to worst, we made the world a little better with some beautiful music.
Just do it already.
Are you guys okay? What just happened?
Holy shit! Did you guys see that?
See what exactly? You guys put on the record and went into an epileptic fit.
It would have been funny in any other context.
I did see it. It was amazing.
It was the woman made of plastic that I've been dreaming about.
Woman made of plastic? What does that mean, Alex?
She's like an android or something, but she's like plastic. Do you think she's still in danger? She was stuck in the van.
If she could destroy the entity so easily, I don't think there's much danger she could be in.
But we need to find her. That's why the entity who was living with me had us play the record, right? To wake her up.
I agree. You're right, but what's actually going on here? What is she?
You okay?
Yeah, I am. But forget it, never mind. I can't really explain it yet. It's just a feeling. Give me some time, and maybe I'll be able to put it into words.
So what's the plan here? Do we just go and try and find the van this mysterious android is in?
If only we could have seen the outside of the van, then we'd at least know what we're supposed to be looking for.
The crew decides to go search for the android, but first, Rory asks a favor.
Hey, Alex, do you have a minute?
What's up?
I was wondering if we could go somewhere and talk for a bit. There's been something on my mind, and yeah.
So, what's wrong?
Well, I don't know. I've just had a lot on my mind lately, and
Take your time, man.
well, I've just been really depressed lately. Thinking about my sister, my parents, just how much life is going to change from now on. My sister was a lot younger than me, but she really was my best friend, and now she's gone. I feel aimless. We had plans, things we wanted to do in the future, places we wanted to go, movies that we wanted to see, new games to play together, and now none of that will happen. Sometimes I wish... You know what I mean, right?
Bad things happen, but life has to move on, right? You don't have your sister anymore, but you have all of us. Michael, me, Vela, Chandra, Claudio. We can't replace your sister, but we're happy that you're still here. If you had become a soul survivor, then we never would have met you, and that's really depressing. I'm not the best with these sort of things, but basically I'm saying I'm happy we met you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. This is awkward. Let's go find the android or something. Hey, no. Yeah, don't do that again.
Sorry, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, you shouldn't have. Look, it's not like you're not cool. I'm just not into you that way.
Yeah, I get it. Sorry. I don't think I've ever loved a woman before. Not romantically, at least. I love my mother, and I love my sister, my cousins, my female friends. I love them, but not in the way that's filled with a romantic sense of love. I've had 7 girlfriends throughout college and high school. None of them lasted long, and I never minded when things were over. I felt a weird joy inside me. Like I had a secret no one else was allowed to know. A secret that was meant only for my ears. And it was the android who told me. I thought about Michael, then Rory, then Claudio, then Chandra. I had no desire to see any of them. I thought about Vela and Sammy, and I felt weird. Like I had done something wrong. As if I had wronged them somehow in the dream. And just like that, Suddenly I needed to see Vela. But why? Why did I suddenly have the urge to apologize? No, that wasn't it. Thank her? No, I don't know why. But I needed to find her and do it alone.
And after a bit of talking, she mentions that in her reality, you were able to call dead loved ones using a payphone, something we supposedly saw her doing during the intro cutscene. But there's also one of these inside Alex's mind dungeon, which, like Michael's bedroom, makes no sense. If Alex is only learning about this at this point in the story, how would that phone box be inside his head at the beginning? It just does not add up. We then learn Rory posts a trend on him about possible locations for the van we saw last night. Vela then suggests we ask Claudio for a ride to these locations. And after convincing Claudio and getting the gang back together, we check out Rory's thread and discover that Sammy was apparently involved somehow, and she can be seen in all the photos containing a van. The locations don't really matter, but there is one that is really important, that being the university.
I went here for my undergrad.
Oh yeah? I hear this is a good school. What year did you graduate?
In 97. I really don't like being back here. It's like stepping back into the past.
What's wrong with that? I miss my school all the time. It was like the best time of my life.
Was it though? I don't know. I'm happier as a graduate student. There is a bit more pressure, but that's because we were asked to be the best in our field and not pass 10 classes unrelated to our major per semester.
But what about the parties, the friends? You know, like the social life. Don't you miss that now that school is over?
I have a social life still. I hang out with you and everyone else. Plus, I see my friends from back home. School takes up a lot of your life. Why do you have to give it your best years? I always wondered if people go into college saying, "This is going to be the best 4 years of my life!" Because movies, TV shows, and their depressed parents say things like that. Maybe we almost convince ourselves of that because we're always hearing that. Sure, no parents to tell you what to do and when to come home is cool, but there comes a point where parties, drinking, hooking up, and all this nihilism starts to wear you down. Maybe that's what makes you old. You spend 4 years living in excess, and when you get to the other side, all the partying has aged your body, and now the only thing left to do is make babies and feel sad that you don't have the energy to actually live your life.
Wow, my college years didn't sound that cool. Maybe I should go back for my second degree.
4 more years of that and you'll be super old.
But didn't you find it scary? Entering the real world, having bills, getting married, having babies, all that other stuff?
This is the 90s. I don't have to feel that pressure. I got a job because I wanted one. I wanted to work towards something. I started my master's degree because I wanted to learn more. You use the words have to a lot. I want to. Life is short, might as well make it worth living. Parties are fun, but you don't leave a mark on the world that way. Sometimes I wonder if people know how to have fun without alcohol or other worldly things.
Yeah, you're right, probably. I'm not a psychologist like you, but when you say it like that, I really don't ever want to say, these were the best years of my life, and convince myself that it'll never be better. I guess that's pretty sad.
Yeah, probably would be.
You know, my sister went here.
Yeah? What's her name?
Allison. She lived on campus in the all-girls dorm.
There is no all-girls dorm here. There are obviously all-girls rooms, but...
You sure? I don't know, I can't remember. That's all from so long ago.
This is such a good scene for Alex's character, and the fact that it's optional is honestly pretty mind-boggling. Alex is someone who's afraid of growing up, afraid of responsibility, so he always ends up finding an excuse to avoid it. Oh, I gotta get my shopping list back from this cat. Or, oh, I gotta find this girl that went missing that I barely knew. This scene also confirms a suspicion of Allison being Alex's sister, but Alex's reaction is strange. Even if you aren't particularly close with a sibling, you won't need a second to remember the name. And while we're on the topic, why doesn't Allison have their own room in the house? You'd assume the closed door in the hallway would be her room, but no, it's apparently just a bathroom. Now sure, maybe Alex's mom could have just turned her room into a bathroom when she left for college. But if that's the case, then that just really shows how Alice is the favorite child of the Eagleston family. Heading to the mall where the actual van is located, we see a group of goth kids lock it up and run away. After a short chase, the group managed to catch up with them.
Hey, wait up! Why are you guys running from us?
The dark energy! It commands us!
What?
Oh god, not this.
Have you seen this before?
Yeah, it's called These Little Brats Have Been Watching Too Much Goosebumps and Reading Too Much H.P. Lovecraft. Look, we don't have time for these stupid games. The darkness hasn't commanded you to do anything. Give us the keys to the van, and we can all walk away unscathed. You can go home, wash off your eyeliner, apologize to your parents, and go back to being normal kids.
Wow, Vela! Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
I'll ignore that one for now, Michael. Okay, looks like we're going to have to beat up some twerps!
I don't really have anything to add here besides that the fight music for this kid is just perfect. It really is the type of music that a 13-year-old edgy kid will listen to.
Okay. How did you defeat the Great Spirit Being?
Okay, guys, please just relax. Let me know how this all happened. When did you first meet the Soul Survivor?
A few days ago, the Great Spirit Being dropped his keys. I picked them up, and ever since, I've been doing his bidding!
Doing his bidding? The Soul Survivors aren't some Saturday morning cartoon villains. They wouldn't ask you to help them with some evil plan. I'm gonna go ahead and assume you just picked up the keys and carried them around pretending to be its evil minions. Okay, you can go.
She was beautiful. Masterful creation. Smooth plastic skin, slick curves, and a perfectly sculpted face that reminded me of one of the anime girls on Claudia's shirt.
What do you see? Anything interesting?
She's incredible.
Incredible?
You know, I really hope you've been enjoying this game dialogue so far, because if you haven't, then the next part is gonna feel like pure torture.
Hello, Alex. My favorite soul. I must thank you for coming to retrieve me.
What's happening?
I imagine you are wondering who I am, why I know your name, and where we are going. I think it is necessary that I first introduce myself. I am the Essentia 2000. I am an android, made from 2-part epoxy resin and melamine. My consciousness is natural, but my physical form is man-made. I exist in all realities simultaneously, and can account for all parallel versions of my soul. Now, for the question that is burning away at you the most, how do I know your name? You and I have met time and time again. We are soulmates, in the true sense of the word. This is the part where you say, I've never met you before, and then silently add, except in my dreams. This can and will be explained. Many months ago, you had the pleasure of making the acquaintance of a Miss Semi Park. Semi had begun the process of leaving her physical form behind. When you met her, she had already made up her mind to leave her body and enter into the place between places, the soul space. You disrupted her transition. Shortly after, you witnessed 2 soul survivors taking her away. Those 2 entities were that 2/3 of her soul that had transitioned. 2 injured parts that hadn't begun to heal. Now you are thinking, how can you possibly know all this? I was there. I am Semi, and Semi is me. When one soul leaves a reality, another can freely enter. The only requirement necessary is having some relation to the departing soul, whether it's being a parallel version of the departing or having an emotional connection to the departing. When Semi left your reality, I entered. Before that, this physical form was destroyed, captured, and held prisoner by the two entities that you just defeated in combat. Ever since then, I had tried to return, but as my physical form still held trace amounts of my consciousness, I had to wait until Semi, this reality's version of me, died or escaped into the soul space. Upon her voyage into the void, I entered, and I followed you home. I lived with you for weeks as I gained my strength. Finally, I was able to appear to you and guide you to the radio tower. I needed you to find my physical form so that I could speak with you.
But what did
Bella's record have to do with my physical form? I'm glad to see you are keeping up with all of my robotic exposition. I am the Essentia 2000. I am Sammy Park. I am Oda Kreutzer, Alice Albert, Surya Yamama. I am Bella Wild, Beta Himura, and many more.
But
I do not mean to imply that I go by all of these names and that I happen to share the name of two women in your life. I am explicitly saying that I am them and they are me.
You're gonna have to explain how this is all possible.
First, I will begin with the dreams you had of me. As a spirit, we are not restrained by physical barriers. However, without a body, it is impossible to astral project. When you slept, I was able to enter inside of your vessel and use it to launch my spiritual form out into the world to seek my physical body. I am sorry that I violated you in such a way, but it was the only way for me to find my body and make physical contact with you. By now, you are aware of the soul space, the location where each universe and reality coexist. Each universe has a set number of souls. Adjacent to your reality is another that contains someone with the same soul as yourself. In one reality, I am Surya Yamama, a Palestinian girl on the run from financial trouble. In another, I am Bella Wild, a talented musician whose only setback is the pressure I put on myself. In all realities, I am the Essentia 2000, a pan-dimensional android made of plastic, created so that I can better understand myself in all of my realities. I am sorry I had to take you away from your friends like that. Please bear with me as I take you on a tour of my parallel lives.
Where exactly are we going?
We are going into a very dangerous place. My dungeon of the mind. Here I will share with you my other selves. I am doing this in hopes that you will one day understand the nature of reality.
Why do you feel that I need to understand the nature of reality?
That, Alex, is something I have to show, not tell.
Essentia's mind dungeon is disturbing, to say the least. Compared to Vella's, who seemed to touch on her fears and insecurities, Essentia seems to be pure misery. There's no fun decorations, no quirky background music, just pure, unfiltered misery. And this also applies to our main objective inside the dungeon, which is meeting Essentia's other lives, which all share some form of tragedy. The first one, Serna, lost her loved one after trying to stop her from doing something stupid and seems to be left emotionally broken after the event. The second one, Oda, was seen to have been neglected by her family and left for the soul space at just 13. And the third, Nalia, was Essentia's original creator, was abandoned by her family after having an affair for 6 weeks and soon after developed a terminal illness. This makes the entire dungeon feel so uncomfortable and strange to be in. Almost like the Insect's entire existence is just made for pure suffering. And by the way, you gain a new tool here, which is a flamethrower, that you can use to melt giant candles. But at this point, we are already nearing the end game, so this tool isn't really that useful aside from melting candles to gain new abilities inside the mine dungeon.
Another auction rigged. Another win. I'm surprised the auctioneers aren't getting suspicious. I don't care. Let them come. I've got protection. I wish I never met him. I wish my world never became twisted. I wish I was still with Allison back in the old Frankton. Explain it to me. Talk it out. Whatever you want, no matter how supernatural or immoral, the demon auction can provide it. Mostly it's used by deranged perverts with abstract desires. By rigging the auction, I get to choose what we all bid on. Then whoever wins, I convince them to send me the goods. I made everyone bid on the same thing. A photo of Allison. And I'm not bidding on old family photos. The moment I win the auction, something photographs the missing person, proving they're still alive, still out there. So the auctioneers are lying. I don't know. Distortions of her, maybe. Parallel versions, even. Well, I don't know anything about the demon auction. I'm just here watching over you. Until you undo your original sin. Relax, you're a smart guy. You'll put it together. Maybe we'll even see you go from original sinner to original winner. Original sin. And what exactly did I do that was so immoral? You're complicit in the twisting. You just need to get the puzzle pieces and put them in the right order. Then you can see what you did wrong. This puzzle sucks. What am I supposed to do with 3 sets of memories? The partition is breaking down each day. The memories all feel like mine. The more time I spend with him, the more this world feels like the real one. No matter how broken and fucked it is. Michael was lonely because Allison went missing. He looked everywhere for her, became obsessed, eventually started onism, hoping other lonely people could help find her. Then you met them, the auctioneers. You refused their offer, and now you're here, with me. A lowly and creative original sinner. Twisted realities, all in service of some delusional asshole. Whenever you say no to a bad deal, some sucker will materialize to make the mistake for you. Only in this case, everyone adjacent was fucked. How do I know after all this time that those memories are any more real than my memories with Alex?
A moment lost, ever found.
Moving forward, we enter an execution room and are tasked with finding souls to condemn to death so that we may continue forward. The first soul is Jeremy, who doesn't really appear to be in the masked mental state, appearing to have been broken after some sort of incident took place. The second one is a mother who lost her child and lost the will to continue living. But there's only 2 people and there's 3 empty cages, so Alex can step up and... Nah, just kidding, he's totally fine. Somehow. And after putting his own head in the cage, we will continue forward.
I have an important project. A potential magnum opus. Only thing is, it's for a niche audience. I've been tasked with inducing a religious experience in a specific audience member who will view the work. I'm going to be direct with you, Yuzu. My film needs a prophecy. Without it, the investors would have me auctioned off. Kisage? What the hell are you asking me? Is this a shakedown? I need to film it. The digital soul bezel. You've made it real. You're a fool. You do that to my daughter? To Asuka? You facilitated an original sin. You made the digital soul bezel a reality. You stole my work of fiction and saddled reality with it. Naira has gone proto. Wilfred is back. He's everywhere now. Him? You brought him here? Kisage, how?
This is not a lifetime I can recall. These machines, they're so familiar. And yet, something feels wrong.
Is it safe to approach him?
I cannot say. I would never harm you, Alex. But it is logical to assume that one of my many parallel lives may have some reason.
I knew you'd come back. Somehow, you look different. So many lives wasted, taken, and experimented on in hopes of obtaining this moment. And now, I'm looking at you. I don't know if I should love you or hate you. To kill you in the way that you killed me, time and time again, has been my only dream. My only waking thought for the past 50 lifetimes.
What's he talking about?
Do you ever feel guilty? Do you?
What did I do? What's wrong with you, man?
Everything was taken because of you! You bastard! I lost everything. My research, my wife, my kids. And all for what? For you? What the hell were you worth? You're a thief! Nothing more! I regret ever laying my eyes on you.
Alex, I can't recall this life. For some reason, it's blocked to me. There is a void in my mind. There are white spots where I should see this life on the astral plane.
Mom? Mom? Is that you?
How long has this life been lingering here?
Alex, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to say such terrible things. Come here. Let me hug you. Let me say I'm sorry in your ear.
What? Get away from me!
It seems as if you harmed him in some way. Alex, get out!
Yuzu is by far the weirdest character in the game. Unlike people like Kisage X or Asuka or even the Crow, we never really get as much information on who he is, with the only hints of who he actually is being his pre-battle rant towards Alex. But we have actually heard his name before.
A shock? I've never met an original sinner in the wild, Yuzu.
From Fanzina of all people. While just talking about being a Kisage X fan, which makes me wonder, how exactly is he related to Alex in Anastasia? Since in the context of the conversation, it seems more like she's making a reference to a character in the movie rather than a real person.
Okay.
Alex? Why?
I am sorry I put you in harm's way. However, while I am with you, nothing bad can ever happen. I am here to protect you.
I think I need you to answer some more questions. I'm really confused. Why did this Japanese guy know me? Why did he attack me? What did I ever do to him?
I can only deduce an answer based on the information I have. This information is the same information that you have. So, these are simply educated guesses based on my own personal bias.
Okay, fine. What do you think it is?
I think it would be a safe assumption that, in a parallel life, you have harmed me. That this Yuzui Majo had some sort of relationship with you, and you hurt him in some way. When he saw you, he recognized something in your soul and became angry. This is why he attacked.
I harmed him in a parallel life? I harmed you?
We are not responsible for the actions of our parallel selves, but that does not mean we can't feel sorry for the crimes committed against other souls. There are times where someone expresses how they have been harmed, and as humans, our immediate reaction is to become defensive. In our defense, so that we do not harm others, we become offensive. It is in these moments where we decide what type of human we will be. Which is worse? To harm someone in the past and continue to harm them by justifying your past actions, or harming someone in the past and accepting that your choices hurt them. Yes, you might feel harmed in the process by admitting your mistakes, but this is a good type of pain. Pain that heals you into a better person is always better than avoiding the small pain of accepting you are wrong.
Did I really do that?
Did I always deny I harmed someone? Do I always feel the need to justify my actions? Maybe. Yes. I totally did.
We must always work to be better. The better person is not the person who doesn't make mistakes, but the person who makes a mistake and works to fix it, and fix the part of themselves that led to that error. There are moments when I understand intellectually how I must act, but then something happens. Somewhere in the recesses of my mind, like a warm light in the distance, an idea forms. A completely human, flawed, and kind-intentioned idea. Something that all versions of me know to be a mistake. However, the overwhelming feeling of doing the right thing takes over, and I am forced to make a choice. And every time, this version of me chooses the kind path. I cannot allow any harm to come to you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do anymore. So just remember, it's not important, Alex, to worry about what we accomplish. Somewhere out there, we have both accomplished and failed at all tasks. Take solace in this. There exist perfect versions of us who didn't fail or harm others. Just keep working as hard as you can, and you'll be able to be that perfect version of yourself.
So, should I feel guilty that I harmed him in a parallel life?
That question is irrelevant. Just acknowledge that the part of you that harmed him exists in all humans. And then work to polish the blemish on your soul that had led to that action.
Wait, I have one more question.
What is it, Alex?
Did I harm any of the other women we met? The ones who were also you? Oda, Nyla, Serna, Bella? The Essentia 2000 went on staring at me with that expressionless face of hers. A face of plastic. Looking at her, I thought of a satellite floating in space. A drifting piece of man-made material, traveling through a place man can barely go. What I had said was out of pure curiosity. I had no way of knowing with any certainty that I had harmed any of these women. My words, though, seemed to have jabbed at something in there. I could read the effect on her face. Eventually, without a word, the Essentia 2000 turned away and proceeded from the room.
It's very interesting to me that you ask this. I'm going to choose to not answer this question as of now. There is one last location I'd like to show you, and it's quite a distance. I will answer more questions when we arrive.
I longed to wash away the bitter taste in my mouth, but even sipping from a water bottle wouldn't cleanse me of it. The whole situation felt like a dream, as if I was wading through pools of jello. Even then, I kept telling myself that things around me weren't that weird. That seeing Sammy vanish, meeting entities, and entering inside a dungeon in my mind should have prepared me for this. But you know, I don't think it did. I wanted to ask the Essentia 2000 if I could feel the feelings of my parallel lives. I realize now I was just seeking explanation for the various feelings that were surging through my heart. I felt closer to Vela, closer to, well, every single parallel life of the Essentia 2000, and yet furthest from Sammy. Was Sammy really all that important to me? Or had I just been delaying joining the real world with all this adventure? Did I really ever want to find her now that I know what finding her actually meant? No, I did. I really did. And I don't regret what I learned, or even what happened next, because if I had never learned what I was about to learn, I could have never met you. And without you, all hope is lost.
We return to a different version of Alex's mind dungeon. where Essentia unlocks a new area of the hall, the Hall of Parallel Lives. Reaching into the hall, we learn the truth about Alex's greatest flaw.
Where am I? The other rooms had you in them. Why aren't I here?
You are, and you are speaking. What I'm about to show you is something that lies at the heart of all of yourselves. Please, prepare yourself for a harsh amount of bitter truth. What you are about to see cannot be unseen.
Should I be worried?
No, not if you took to heart what I have taught you.
What do you mean? What have you taught me?
To recognize your flaws and work to correct them. I am about to show you your greatest flaw of all. Destruction!
Oh boy.
It was a normal day, just like any other. Then the sky lit up, and we were hit by a bright aura. My soul left my body as my body disappeared. Where am I now? I was caught off guard when the end came. It was like a thief in the night. That's all I would say. And she's gone too. Gone away, like my body, and the sun, and the moon, and the stars. When you came for us, it was as if we had come for ourselves. Our tab was being collected, and maybe we all realized it. Maybe we deserved this. Perhaps you didn't. You were just like the rest of us. Only you took the blame. It's a curious thing, losing your body and universe. We don't have a good way of describing reality, but we just show it as the Earth, since that's all most people will ever know. I'm sorry it came down to this. You tried your best. I would do it too. In fact, maybe I did. She said we must defeat ourselves in order to tame the destruction, but maybe she never understood at all. These are all Alex's. Literally, I mean. If you look at them, they have the same body as Alex, just with a different hairstyle. And on top of being literally Alex, they appear to be the souls from destroyed realities, reminiscing on the last moments, but destroyed by who?
I don't understand. How is this my flaw?
In a way, it is everyone's flaw. Destruction. To be destruction or to be creation, we can only be one in the end.
But what will I destroy?
This reality, as you have destroyed many realities before this one.
How could I destroy reality? What powers do I have that could lead to this type of devastation?
Inaction is just as much an act of aggression as taking up arms.
And will this happen? How will I do this?
I do not know. But what's important is that it hasn't happened yet, and...
Wait, you're saying we can still stop this?
No. The reality was doomed long ago. All realities cease to exist. The only thing you get to decide is if you aid in the destruction or fight against it.
Fight against it? But you said it was doomed! None of this makes any sense!
This reality will fade away, and another will take its place. But this does not mean that you can't prevent the loss of future realities.
How would I do that if we all die?
Come with me. Escape into the soul space. We can take your friends with us. Together, we will protect realities from the ultimate loss. Loss of souls who perish with worldly attachments in their hearts. When a soul is bound to the planet by thoughts and obsessions of worldly things, they die with the reality. But a soul that is free of love for the physical and longs only for the spiritual can find life in the soul space.
But I want to save this reality. What about my mother? My friends? I couldn't just convince them to enter the soul space. I don't even think I could convince my mother that there is a soul space.
What do you want to do, Alex? Whatever you decide, I am with you every step of the way.
But wait, why is this my choice?
Because this is your reality, not mine. I just want you to be happy.
Essentia, how do you know me? Why do you care so much about me?
Because you have been in all of my lives, and at every turn, I have been there for you. Even when you have harmed me, I have always loved you. I would fight a losing battle for you.
What do I even say to that?
As Sammy, you helped me when no one else wanted to help me. As Vela, you gave me back my music, the only thing I ever expected to love.
Wait! You're saying I'm the asshole that used Vela and...
Alex, regardless of how much you have harmed me in any of my parallel lives, I am always here for you. I want to help you be the best that you can be.
Can't you help me be the me that saves this reality? From whatever the hell all these things are falling from the sky?
It is impossible. But if you would like to try, we may try.
But how do you know it's impossible?
I can feel the reality breaking apart. I can feel souls fleeing in every direction. This world will soon end.
But there has to be something we can do. Some way to be strong enough to take down whatever is going to destroy this reality.
Even I am not strong enough to face what's coming for this reality.
But what about me? Vela, you, and the others!
It pleases me that you want to fight for something. I know this isn't your usual way. It thrills me to see this passion in you. Together, we can attempt to fight this ender of realities. Just know, we will fail, but we will fail together.
Don't be such a downer! If I'm going to die, I at least want to go down swinging. What other choice do I have?
I understand now that in your heart, there is no other choice. Perhaps you, Alex, are different from the others. I will stay and fight with you. But if we are going to do this, we must convince your friends to help us, and we must train.
I think I want to go home now. Everyone's probably wondering where I went.
Yes, we've been gone quite a while.
Really? How long?
5 days, 3 hours, and 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
Wait, what? Everyone's probably freaking out! Let's get out of here!
I found it. The Bad Brothers memory card?
What are you talking about? I didn't ask for this. You think I want that bastard's junk?
Can I go play with the good brother now?
What? I don't care. Go play in traffic. But if you see your dad, just ignore him. We're not talking to him right now.
Unfortunately, it seems like Carrie's home life wasn't much better than Allison's, with Candy, who's Rory's mom if you forgot, seemingly being more neglectful of Carrie rather than full-on abusive like Alex's mom was.
Why have you come to the Holy Mountain?
I wish to ask God who I am. Am I a sibling of the good brother? Or of the bad brother? Why are you here?
I must confess, it alarms me how quickly you shift the attention to me when you've just revealed such a startling turmoil boiling inside you.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. I just need to find out who I am so I can figure out how to help the good brother and help the bad brother.
In the name of selflessness, I will help you climb. When I meet God, I wish to compliment him. You see, I'm an actor, and I've been filming a movie. A very strange movie, I'll admit. But it is directed by the great genius, mysterious Kisage-X. It's an experimental film. Most of the dialogue is delivered to unsuspecting pedestrians, unaware that they're being filmed. This is how I met you. I realized that heroines, like the one I encountered in the Kisaki X film, really do exist. Selfless people. It is to his face I will tell him I admire his work. His creations. The Nameless Child and the mysterious Kisaki X. Will you truly ask nothing of God for yourself? Are you truly so selfless? Your sole motivation is to help the good and the bad brother?
I just want to see everyone have a happy ending. Did your movie have a happy ending?
It does. Two people, long divided, return. And in doing so, a third person altogether takes shape. And the division ends.
I don't know what that means, but I'm sure it makes sense in the movie and it's super cool. I didn't even know I was an actress in a movie until you told me.
That's why you made for such a great co-star. You had no idea what I was saying, but you always gave a great reaction. And that's why the camera loves you.
The camera loves me?
Oh no! Mysterious Kisaki X lawyers will certainly be waiting for me if word gets out I let my true identity slip. I must go now. I need answers.
Kuro being so freaked out here just complicates things even more, since now it's being hinted that he's related to Michael as well as Alex and William, with him apparently revealing himself as the camera, or in other words, Michael himself. And stopping to think about what exactly are these sections we've been playing, they seem to relate the story and the characters, but not directly. And if you take what we've been hearing at face value, we are in some sort of hell, or maybe even the soul space itself, which could maybe explain the different versions of the characters we've been seeing. But if that's the case, then why wouldn't Vel describe all these strange things that apparently just happened inside the soul space? We can also meet William here again, who skims out of our serious attitude Carta in exchange for an umbrella. What a lad.
Peace, nameless child, for your identity will soon be revealed.
You know about my struggles? About the turmoil boiling in my stomach.
Inside you, there are two memories. A life as the sibling of the good brother, and one as the sibling of the bad brother. You came so that I could reassure you that you are, in fact, Carrie Manser and not Allison Eggleston.
Carrie. That's the name I received from the blackened pond.
Which you quickly traded away. Why did you do this?
Because I needed to get to the party. To find the good brother?
You lied to yourself and to God. You traded away your name because it did not belong to you. Those are not your memories to have mixed up. You are a chance traveler. A paralleled one. And I did not make you. Who created you? It is not for me to say, but it is not I.
So, I'm neither Carrie nor Allison.
You are not. Your name is... You are a thief. You stole that which did not belong to you and co-opted it as your identity. Only, you're indecisive.
No, that can't be true. I don't remember stealing any memories. I couldn't have done that. I've been set up.
I am the one true God of hope, and hope is what I will offer you in exchange for atonement. Take what I give you and bring them as gifts to the party. To the good brother, the South. To the bad brother, the Sun, and the holy thief. If they receive these gifts at the party, all will be made whole.
What about Carrie and Allison? I didn't mean to take their memories.
You have entered a slice of time, consumed and regurgitated and consumed again, stripped of all truth. Carrie and the good brother reside elsewhere, in peace, filled with life and joy.
But what about the good and bad brothers stuck in this slice of time?
Despair not. Go forth and party!
We were never Allison or Carrie. We were just ourselves, the player living through the memories, or corrupted memories in Alex's case. Alex and Rory are apparently stuck in a slice of time, seemingly stuck within these memories of both Allison and Carrie, and we, the player, are apparently trying to save them and give everyone a happy ending. But that doesn't really appear to be working, unfortunately, since Alex's reality is about to be wiped out. He also says that both Rory and Carrie are in a place of peace and joy, which sounds like what you would say to someone with a lost loved one, which would make sense for Carrie since she's no longer alive. But as far as we know, Rory is still alive, most likely to Alex help him out with struggles. So why is God referring to him like he's already dead? Returning home, Alex sees the
Franken Popo
in his driveway. Apparently, Alex's mom called the police over him being missing after going to the mall, which mirrors the message we received from her earlier in the game. And after a bit of persuasion, with Esther's help, Alex manages to calm his mom down and finds out she got a new job. How convenient. Checking out on them again, we see that there's a new post by Super Pudding, reporting that Sammy's body has been found, apparently killed by self-inflicted wounds. You'd think Alex would have something to say about this, but no, he doesn't even mention it clearly enough. We also got a bunch of new emails. The first one from Simon, again talking about trauma exposed the non-linear nature of time and how he hates being so lonely, hates being an only child, and hates being stuck in the past. This email seemingly coming out of nowhere, as up to this point, Simon seemed completely fine in his previous messages, but now seemingly he is having some sort of mental breakdown, with his email also claiming he's an only child, might be allegedly related to Michael. The second email, also by Simon, tells how he got the previous broken camera working, but unfortunately there was no pictures of Allison, only of Alex, which then proceeds to insult him by calling him a monster and telling him to write him back. And the third one is about him dreaming of kissing Alex's dad and asking if he ever found the smokes. Clearly the third email is not quite like the others, but I think it's also just as important. These emails paint a very different picture from Simon, seeming to be depressed and antagonistic towards Alex. And after all these emails, I know I might sound crazy for what I'm about to say, but I genuinely think Simon is just Alex, or at least some part of Alex's mind. He's never acknowledged by Michael or Alex, but he somehow keeps insisting that he is. And if that theory of mine is correct, then this reveals a new side of Alex. This seemingly angry and depressed part of himself that only exists inside his head to berate him for being, well, Alex. After a quick phone call with Vella, she comes over and explains the entire situation to her. And now we're tasked with recruiting our friends to fight against whatever's coming to destroy us all on New Year's Eve. Get it? Get it because it's Y2. Thankfully, everybody's on board with Alex. But strangely enough, Michael is nowhere to be found. Well, that is until we receive yet another phone call.
Alex, come to the forest meadow just south of Frankton. There's something I want to talk to you about.
It's almost over. We're in the final act. And yet, here you are, not acting. Alone in a dark room, Just you and distorted photos of a childhood friend. This is no dark room. This is my mind dungeon. Tell me, how much time has passed since you first accused me of original sin? Time isn't really something that concerns me. It's obvious that you're me. I'm you. And I'm also a bunch of other people. That explains the various sets of memories. The theme of my life is the same, just the circumstances are different. The thing that makes me the happiest disappears without a trace, and I try and move on. Only I can't. I can't stop thinking about how much I miss that piece. Only I can't ever put a name to it, because it fades away. I try to continue on, getting older, stuck in a loop of doom and despair. Inexplicably, reality is destroyed, yet I'm still here, in the mind dungeon. I'm at the start of the loop, the middle of it, and the end. The loop goes on. You appear. As to when in the cycle, it's impossible to say, thanks to the nature of cycles. I've used this cycle to my advantage and reflected on everything. I've cracked the case. Oh, well then. Hit me with it. You are a sort of onism yourself. You are the thing that connects me and my parallel selves. You are the culmination of all we are. My protoform. I'm not done. When you first met me, you accused me of a grave sin. You claim I invented a new type of suffering, and I finally figured out what it is I did so wrong. I created onism as a way for people who are lonely to find connection. But something twisted it. Something I didn't see coming. In my ignorance, I created a digital version of meeting your parallel self. And in doing so, I invented a new type of despair. I see now reality doesn't end with a bang or a whimper, but an echo that just grows louder.
Heading to the forest, we find... What the fuck?
Michael? Is that you? Where the hell have you been? I've been looking for you for the past week. I called your house, knocked on your door, and no one ever answered.
None of that matters anymore. It's so trivial. Don't you see? No, of course you don't. I wouldn't have a week ago. I saw the soul space. I met a parallel self. I lived so many lives. I am everything. Alex, I entered the mind dungeon alone, and I wandered and wandered. Soon I stumbled upon a hall of names. Each of these names was etched into a door. Inside each of these doors was a life. My life. For 9 days straight, I experienced what it was like to be my parallel selves. Alex, to experience a parallel life in real time is to become an oxymoron. To be something and not be something. Both at once. I am me, but I am also her or him. I have my memories, but they also don't belong to me. Do you know what the funniest part is?
What?
I know what you've come to ask me. And I know that I'll say yes, even though I always turn you down. Do you realize how many times we've had this conversation? It's like clockwork. I have a friend. This friend continuously hurts another friend of ours. And soon he realizes his flaws. He soon asks me to try and save him from self-destruction. Every time I say no, and every time you destroy our reality. Maybe it took for me to realize what not helping a friend can do to that friend. But I'm in. Let's win this thing.
And now begins the weakest part of the game, in my opinion at least, the lead up to Y2K itself. The game basically transformed into this Persona-style time management game, where you can choose to hang out with your friends, clear out enemies' dens, or complete side quests so you can level up in the mine dungeon. Hanging out with your friends is mainly just fan service with the characters hanging out in Alex's room, with the word either being enough XP to level up or a character's ultimate weapon. There isn't much to talk about these, except maybe Alex somehow managing to convince Bella to kiss him, or a ninja lying about whether God is real or not. On the contrary, side quests are better, but not by much. You get them by checking on them, and most of them involve you going out and doing favors or quests for other strangers in exchange for a reward. There is, however, a quest that I feel is worth mentioning. Super Pudding, aka Sammy's supposed account, is a quest of her own, where they need a Geiger counter, and in exchange, they offer a tape, supposedly by Sammy. And when we do meet them, instead of Sammy, who they've been claiming to be this entire time, it's another rope figure, who after handing us the tape, says it's for our ears only, and that's about it. This is the only quest which doesn't give an XP reward, or advances a day, which makes me think that this didn't actually happen, and it's just something Alex imagined, or maybe he even lied to us about it. And finally, Monster Dens. Monster Dens are what they sound like. It's a place full of enemies to put out for XP, and these locations are pretty interesting actually, each one having its own feeling and puzzles to solve before reaching that last enemy. They also have these strange statues laying around that get colored when you clear out den. Also completely unrelated, but one of them straight up just looked like the inside of the TV remote from Persona 4, and I just thought it was very funny. And now that we're basically forced to level up for New Year's Eve, I figured that this is the perfect time to talk about the mine dungeon, or more specifically, its cutscenes. After reaching a certain level, a cutscene will play with Alex and the Crow watching a play, where Malene acts like one of the characters. There's a total of 6 plays, but only 4 of them really matter, with the first one being the librarian.
I am sorry. I did not know you were here. You could have knocked. I was in the back room, in the stacks. Only the dungeon master is allowed to read them anyway. You're not the dungeon master, are you? No, didn't think so. Oh, Crow told you to visit me? Oh, well, it's nice to have the company. What? Someone gave you the phone number for the Dungeon of the Mind? I don't know what that means. Have I met you somewhere before? As you may know, in this Dungeon of the Mind, memory is unreliable and uncertain. There are things we can remember and things we cannot remember. You seem to be among the things I cannot. Please forgive me, but I want to have met you before. Of course, what I want doesn't matter. Only what the Dungeon Master wants matters. Okay, I've spoken enough.
The last lines of her wanting to have met Alex before seem to reinforce the idea that Alex has of Sammy, with this meaning of them being a result of fate or destiny. But it's their next encounter that really ties that all together.
It can be overwhelming, never knowing if you're making the right choice, afraid to act, because the paralyzing fear that you've chosen wrong. I chose wrong once. I had a mom. but no Dad. Mom got weird when Dad left. Things were fine for a while. But before I knew it, life had changed so much there was little to be happy for. So I cried myself to sleep every night. I screamed every night. I tried running away. Never got very far. And you know what? I got away once. Far away. But I came back. I felt terrible that my mom was left all alone. So I went back. When I got home, things were better for a while. Then they got worse. Screaming, throwing things. Accidentally on purpose, blowing out the pilot light on the stove. So I willed myself to escape. And I got far away. Did I make the right choice? I need to get out. Can you help me get out? Didn't think so. Of course you can't. You're trapped here too. Just like me.
Now, call me crazy, but I don't believe this is actually Sammy's past. In fact, I believe this is actually Alex's. Alex doesn't really know Sammy. He met her for about an hour before she vanished, so he can't possibly know about her life. Sure, he knows about her mom, but that's about it. What I think is really happening here is that Alex is projecting his traumas into Sammy as a way to make her even more connected to him. From the stuff we know about both of his parents, it seems to match up perfectly, especially how we see his mom treat Allison during the Hell House segment. So the idea that the situation only got worse after his dad left seems perfectly plausible. The second puppet is the astronomer.
Oh, has the Dungeon Master finally sent me the help I requested? Oh, no. You won't do. Oh, this is such a waste of time. I don't understand the process of... Do you know how to science, boy? Have you even had a proper education? Arithmetic, history, Latin, astronomy? That offensive look of disease shows me that you haven't even graduated primary school. How can you look upon me knowing who I am without a proper education? You do know who I am, don't you? I am Dr. I am Hunter! I'm the famous mathematician astronomer from the classical age of Indian mathematics and Indian astronomy, the Golden Era!
Yeah, this is just Michael. The astronomer is straight up just how Alex really views Michael. If you've been paying attention to the dialogue whenever Michael speaks, he's always taking a quick jab at Alex for a bunch of valid reasons.
Well, maybe a few pounds heavier. Guessing you didn't major in exercise science. Oh yeah, and Alex is unemployed. Probably because you live under a posh little rock and only hear about the things your mommy wants you to hear about.
And she's also one of the only characters ever really question Alex or seemingly break script, so to speak. So him being portrayed as this self-assured know-it-all inside Alex's ego-inflated mind makes complete sense. The third puppet is...
Hey, so... yeah... Look, I gotta go away for a while. I don't know when I'm coming back. Things will be fine. Your mom is a good mom. She's... yeah, look, you know I'm your dad, and I'll always be your dad. So, yeah. Don't forget that. Look, things might be tough, but yeah. Crap, I'm terrible at this. Sometimes adults realize that they made mistakes, and sometimes their mistakes cost a lot of money and require a lot of food and educations. And some adults, like your mother, are better at providing for those mistakes than fathers. Look, you're lucky that your mom is smart. Smarter than I am. Anyway, sometimes the realization of those mistakes leads you to following other mistakes halfway across the country in hope of finding some dream. A youthful dream with nice legs. Only those legs aren't as smart as your mom's, but man... Anyway, yeah. So, hopefully this doesn't screw you up too badly. Just, yeah, you can have all my stuff. I left most of it here. It's like your birthright or whatever. So, my clothes are a bit big, but you'll grow into them, and then you can dress just like your old man. Try not to make the same mistakes I made. Okay?
This is one of my favorite moments in the entire game. After all the craziness from the past 15 hours of gameplay, there's something just hits really hard about a normal scene like this, and it just drives the tragedy behind Alex's character even harder. This version of Alex's dad also seems really different from the one we saw before, both literally and figuratively. Physically, he seems a lot more toned down from his earlier appearance, with the longer hair, glasses, and black pants instead of the white gym shorts we always see him in. He also seems way more calm here and less brash compared to the earlier version we saw. And that makes me think that maybe Alex isn't being 100% truthful about his father to us. And the final character is actually just Alex himself.
People can be so mean, don't you think, Alex? Yeah, I feel the same way. I've come to realize something. Something pretty screwed up. You are, we're the same. Like, literally the same. You're like a concept. Like a stuffed panda. The stuffed panda isn't just a stuffed panda, but the concept, that's where the importance is. A stuffed panda can be a friend. It can be a playful monster. It can be a protector. Whatever it needs to be, that's what it is. Same thing with a crow. A crow is ugly. It's not welcome. No one would ever want one in their home, unless they were weird. So somehow, we're both the stuffed panda and the crow. We're not perfect. In fact, we kinda suck. We're absolutely mediocre young men. But have you stopped to look at who tells us how much we suck? A teenage goth girl who slept with someone twice her age. A bratty photographer responsible for one of the skeeziest websites on the net. A robot who would lead infinite amounts of boys to a life of solitude on a distant star just because one might hurt someone one day. No one ever said we'd hurt anyone. That wasn't written in stone. People say you'll destroy the world enough times and damn, you'll grow to believe it. We get a bad rap, you and I. That's just because we had a lot growing up. Good mom, lots of money. We lived in a nice town. Things were easy for us. But you know what? That's just on a basic needs level. Life sucked. Dad left us. Mom was never home. Television raised us. No one was there to check out homework. Dad never called. Never. But yeah, we had everything else. No one ever judged us for the way we looked. No one was scared of us walking down the street. Maybe our life was on easy mode. I don't know. I've never lived another life. But I guess we're weak. Easy mode was too hard for us. The world is over. It's done. But there is another world, far away. I'm going to suggest something radical. Super radical. Go right now and kill Proto-U. You're strong. Stronger than you'll ever be. Go and fight him alone. And from there, maybe then you'll find happiness. Just avoid that robot. She's not a bad girl. She's just not good for you. We bring out the worst in each other, don't we? Yeah, so if you want to be happy, you'll need to kill Proto-U yourself. Then you'll be good to go. Just you, Panda, and Crow. The holy trinity of suburban mediocrity. Good luck, man. Oh, did you figure out the question? Yeah, I thought you did.
And there's also a few cutscenes that can be viewed at certain dates. I'll just play them all for you right now, and I just want you to pay very close attention to them.
Kisage X is so funny. He has such out-of-the-box ideas. He makes nightmares that feel like fairy tales. The story is a tragedy, but filled with heart. I've read it 3 times, and it still makes me laugh and gasp. I still do not understand the ending. Does the heroine fix her brother's mistakes, or was she just a victim of them?
Asuka! You just reminded me. I wanted to say something, and I completely forgot. I've been searching for the words, and it finally came to me. Life feels like we stepped into a nightmare. We saw something really weird, and we can't physically bring ourselves to talk about it.
That's exactly why we have to keep checking Onism. That's what led us to Alex. That's what led us to the record. I don't know why, but it all feels connected to something. Something much bigger.
He brings out the worst in you.
The worst in me? What's that supposed to mean?
Look, I like Vela. Michael, Rory, Dolly, Panda, they're really great. But I don't like how you are with Alex. Claudio, how many times have you checked that creepy website since you met Alex? You're on it all the time. He's a weirdo. He's so obsessed with that poor girl. Doesn't that make you sad?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. But I get it.
I don't want his optimism about finding Semi Park rubbing off on you. I think it's time you take a break. This script has broken your mind.
Oh my, I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I was so lost in Kisage X and his beautiful screenplay that I forgot to pay attention to the real world around me. I'm sorry. You've been very wonderful hosts, and I've just spent all my time reading and rereading the script.
Nah, that's cool. I wish I had something I could escape into. I wish I had an Onism to make me not think about the real world a little bit. The thing is, Onism isn't a fairy tale. It's not a Kisage X masterpiece. It's a place for sad obsessions. No one will ever find those missing people. They're gone. Getting lost in that is very different from getting lost in a Kisage X film.
You gotta believe!
Seriously, what makes him think he can find her? What makes him think this whole thing isn't some big internet hoax?
Well, I mean, he said she's in the paper. Vela knew about her too.
It just makes me sad. The way everyone is fixated on questions that don't have answers. Bittersweet. What a beautiful screenplay.
What part are you on?
The heroine has just played catch with her brother for the first time. Only it is her brother from the mirror world across the dark pond. The brother who actually treated her with kindness.
Yeah, that part chokes me up. Think about Aaron. Maybe he's across the dark pond in the mirror world. I don't know.
Is that where you picture your brother now, Claudio? In the mirror world?
I don't know. I just try and hope wherever he is, it's a good place. Something better than what he knew. And I knew what he knew. And it was beautiful. The Kisage X movie didn't make me think of Aaron, though. It made me think of Alexander, Aaron's friend.
Oh, that kid was a sad case. He was a weirdo and wanted to be just like Aaron. He copied him. Tried to take on his personality traits. But, like, didn't get why Aaron was so likable.
Yeah, the brother who pushes the heroine in the dark pond was a classic Alexander.
Oh, that reminds me. Are you going to the New Year's Eve party, Asuka?
I want to, but I still haven't memorized all of my lines. The script is so complex. Oh, I think I'm going to have to skip it.
It's cool. We'll see you New Year's Day.
It's the new millennium. going to be a ball.
New millennium? What are you talking about? Oh no. Not in here, too.
Shh, don't say a word. He mustn't know. Not yet. The last time you looked into the blackened pond, it was under the apple tree. I disturbed your best day, but you felt a glimpse of it then. A feeling that reached out to love greater than what your body was capable of. This made you somewhat aware of your other selves.
Chandra, don't answer. Remember what Kisage X said in the screenplay. When an entity appears and accuses you of original sin, wait for them to finish monologuing before you respond, lest you commit the original sin in your reaction.
No, I do not accuse you of original sin. You have accomplished something else. An original win.
This is just like the movie! So cool!
Hurry through the door. There isn't much time.
But what about Claudio and Asuka? I can't just leave them here!
Asuka and Claudio aren't here. Only the pieces of them that you carry with you.
They're living in the blackened pond! The mine dungeon will be flooded!
The corruption of this physical space has begun. Leave now! Through the mine dungeons!
We'll stay here and hold them off. Go on, listen to yourself. You know what's best.
Go deep, Chandra. You've stayed on the surface long enough.
I'm all here. Let us begin.
The day is finally here, and as we head downstairs...
Hi, Alex. It's me. So, haven't you asked yourself the question yet? You know, the important one.
Who is this?
Hi, Alex, it's Sammy. Have you been taking care of my cat?
Sammy? Where are you?
Son.
Dad?
Where the hell have you been? We were worried sick about you. You said you were just going to bike to Justin's house. Claudio and your mom are freaking out.
Dad!
Did you figure out the question?
What is go screw yourself?
Hey, Alex, it's Sammy. Did you remember to pick up my cat from the dry cleaners?
Hey, it's Chandra. Have you seen my camera? I've had the weirdest dreams. I've been dreaming that I'm a boy. Dreaming that I'm a boy. That dreaming boy, I'm a man. That boy dreaming. Isn't that funny? What is that? That isn't funny!
Hey, Alex, it's your mom. When are you coming home? Claudio's waiting for you to watch some cartoons.
Hey, Alex, it's Michael. Have you seen my hula hoop or my headphones? Also, I've been thinking about changing my hair. It's getting so big. Hey! Alex! Help me! I'm stuck in the mine dungeon! What is happening to me?
Michael!
Hey Alex, it's Sammy again. I can't find you. Where did you go? You left me at the elevator and you vanished into the crowd. Why do you always disappear on me like that? You know how much I hate that.
Alex, dear, the little girl next door who moved into Michael's house was looking for you.
Dad?
That's my name. Unless you can think of a better one. Maybe something with more shimmer, like Antonio van Engelstendel.
Where's Mom?
That never gets old.
This reality is gone, barely held together, but behind the tree you find Sammy, saying she's been the entire time and that she loves us. Now this is the point where the game diverges. You can go with your friends and fight against whatever's going to destroy reality, or you can complete the original goal of fighting Sammy. Leading through the backyard, we managed to escape to the overworld, and clearly just like we saw before, this reality is truly screwed. Heading to K&N, the place where Sammy worked at, we're in a completely different place from anything we ever saw before. I won't go completely in depth about what happens in this ending, but basically, you and Alex have become one in this ending. All of the NPCs refer to your name instead of Alex's when speaking. Why? Well, because you basically become Alex in this ending. Instead of fighting to save reality with your friends, you chose to join Alex in this delusion of finding Sammy despite the world ending right before your eyes. You're so deep in this delusion that the ending itself reflects that. Multiple NPCs break the fourth wall here, saying that this ending is supposed to be content and not to tell the publisher about it. There's even a secret Amazon post by the developers saying that this is the good ending, which is just a lie, as you'll see when we go over the actual normal ending to the game. So what exactly does this ending entail, you might ask? Well, Alex, or you in this case, gets a job so that they can ascend the K&N building and reach Sammy, who's waiting for you in the same place as you left her at, in the elevator. She tells us that if we go with her, we'll explore the soul space together, but that we will never be able to return to this reality ever again. Our friends and everyone else will be spared, but we'll never see them again. This ending is all about Alex's selfishness disguised as heroism. He rejects reality and has delved even deeper into his fantasy of being the hero and saving Sammy, to the point he even convinced himself he's doing the right thing by abandoning his friends and going with her. All of it disguised as his great act of sacrifice on his part. And there's also one more thing I'd like to mention about this ending. During one of the steps to reach Sammy, you'll need to collect sugar to make some coffee, and you discover that inside the storage closet that only people with dead friends can go inside. But despite this, Alex can just go inside just fine. You might argue that Sammy is a dead friend in this scenario, with a ghost-like appearance and all. But this ending is all about Alex choosing his delusion of Sammy being alive over reality, so why would he imagine Sammy being dead in this scenario? Well, there's something I haven't been telling you. Throughout the game, you can choose how to deal with worry. You can either be apologetic and caring towards him, or you can be, well, Alex. You can refuse to apologize to him, refuse to listen to his troubles, and even choose not to recruit him in the hunt for the Ascension. And if you do all of these things, when you return home and call Vela after your trip to the mine dungeon, a different scene will play.
Hey, Vela, it's Alex. I have something I need to talk to you about in person, and...
Alex, where the hell have you been? It's just absolutely terrible.
Hey, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I met...
Alex, didn't you hear?
Hear what? What's wrong?
2 nights ago, Rory committed suicide.
What?
He's gone. His mother found him. It's too screwed up to even think about. We went to his funeral last night. Where the hell were you?
No. Remember when I touched the android? She took me away into her stupid mind dimension and...
None of that matters anymore, Alex! Rory is dead!
Why the hell would he kill himself?
He was hurting from losing his sister still. Oh, shit. I wish there was something more we could have done. If only we'd seen the warning signs. If only we had tried more to reach out to him. If we had just worked a little bit more.
It was somehow cold and hot at the same time. My heart had both accelerated and stopped. It was a mess of emotions. What the actual hell had I done? I was so stupid. He tried to reach out to me. He asked me for help, me. For some reason he had picked me as his confidant and I turned him away. Were my own personal whims so important that I couldn't see he was begging for help? A year ago I would have thought, don't be so hard on yourself, or if someone wants to die, there isn't anything you can do to stop it. I would have convinced myself it was somehow not my fault. I wouldn't have allowed myself to feel guilty. Why was I so afraid of feeling guilty? Why did I continue to convince myself that nothing was ever my fault? Sometimes things are your fault. And sometimes you're supposed to feel bad, supposed to feel low, supposed to feel like you let the world down. You! Or in this case, me! I wanted to tell Vella he reached out to me. I wanted to tell her I had been cruel. I'd been so selfish. And then I was selfish again. I didn't tell Vella anything. I told her I was sorry. I cried with her. I did my best to not let her know I felt guilty. Why? Because I wanted her to like me. I needed everyone to like me. I needed to be a solid guy in everyone's book. No. I just needed to seem like a good person to myself. And I needed to change that. Self-love disguised with gifts and lies does not make a good person. Inward appearances? If I wanted to like myself, I needed to be someone worth liking. Grief. It can make you forget about all the things you thought were important. When was the last time I bought a new record? When was the last time I turned on a video game? Read a book? Debated with a friend about something I didn't really understand? Life is all about balance, and when something terrible happens, the scale tips towards the tragedy, and all things previously thought to be important fall out of view. But time goes on, and we were running out of time. I needed to get my shit together and focus. The Essentia 2000 worked hard to console me. She reminded me of a mothering Vella, a truly all-knowing being. Vella. I needed to call Vella. I need to bring myself back to a functioning level and actually do something.
Now you're probably wondering, well, we saved Rory, didn't we? We chose all the correct options. We apologized to him, we listened to him, we spent time with him. Well, sure, maybe you did. But Alex didn't. Alex is an unreliable narrator. Something you probably noticed by now is that he constantly mixes up aspects of the story, like his encounter with Sammy and the location of Ella's photos, and more. And we, the player, aren't playing right to care ourselves. We're just being told the events of the game by Alex and his point of view. He's a narrator of the game, he's the one telling the story, so it makes perfect sense why he would hide information from us. I mean, would you tell someone that your actions directly led to one of your friends dying? And the theme of this ending gets reinforced even more if Rory is dead. Entering the supply closet reveals Rory's ghost, where he comforts both Alex and us, saying that there's nothing we could do and that he's in a better place now. This is another way Alex chooses delusions over reality. He imagines this ghost version of Rory to comfort him and tell him that there was nothing he could have done, completely removing any blame Alex would have. But what about the actual ending? What if we decide to fight for this reality with our friends? Well...
Hey man, what took you so long to get here? We've been waiting here forever!
What's going on?
We're going to see the ball drop in the city. Duh.
We've been planning this forever.
You okay, dude? You look terrible.
Yeah, maybe you should sit in the back seat, far away from me in case you barf.
Seriously, are you okay?
Yeah. Let's get going.
Man, tonight we are gonna party like it's 1999! Man, I can't wait to kick off the new millennium in style!
I can't remember the last time I did something fun for the new year.
We should leave now if we want to get shopping in before the new year.
How How can you even think about shopping? Wasn't it just Christmas?
Exactly! All the best stuff is on sale now! As we drove to the city, I knew something was wrong. Looking around at my friends, I felt as if I was looking at poorly drawn pictures of them, where the artist's crude abilities had just barely captured enough of their essence to show me who they were supposed to be. I looked back. Something had been wrong for a while now. Why did I feel like this? Why was it that when I looked at Vela, I felt as if I was looking at someone else altogether? When I looked at Proto-Michael, I felt like I was looking at a beautiful image that was stained. His features were too rounded. Claudio, Chandra, how are they even talking? I looked at their mouths moving up and down and felt a strange detachment to them, as if they were speaking a foreign language without making a sound at all. I turned to the Essentia. Her face felt blurry and out of focus.
Have you figured it out?
No? What's happening?
This reality has already started to break.
But this didn't start today, did it?
I see. So you have noticed.
Only just today. I'm pretty oblivious to things I don't want to see, if you haven't noticed.
So, would you like me to clear some things up?
Of course. Give it to me straight.
When someone leaves a reality, a place for a new soul to enter that reality becomes available. Our souls are in constant transit if we do not enter the soul space and take direct control. So this Michael here is not the Michael from your childhood. Proto-Michael is, as he is a combination of all Michaels.
So did the old Michael leave this reality?
No. This reality is shattered. Lost souls in the soul space are slipping in and out of it.
So, Claudio and Chandra?
That is one I'll let you figure out yourself. It will be good for you. Allow me to start at the beginning. You belong to this reality. So does Sammy. When Sammy left, Vela took her place. I took advantage of Sammy leaving this reality and forced my spirit into this physical space. Understand so far?
Yes.
Michael, like Rory, Chandra, Claudio, and myself, are important to you in every reality. When this reality broke, they entered.
So, a version of Michael, Rory, Chandra, and Claudio all come to this reality. For what?
To find you. To find me. We're going to help them.
How? This reality is broken. And from what I can tell, it's been broken for a long time.
I do not know. We must first see what form you take to destroy this reality.
I don't want to destroy this reality, or any reality. Why does it have to be me?
If it wasn't you, it would be me, or Rory, or Claudio. We are all capable of destruction. We can create or destroy. The choice is ultimately yours.
Then I choose not to destroy this reality.
Excellent. Now, if only your parallel selves agreed.
I spent the duration of the 2-hour road trip ignoring the happy and excited laughter of my friends. I was playing the events of the past year over and over again in my head. I thought back to when I first arrived in Frankton. Everything felt so different. Seeing Michael again, it seemed so normal for him to live next to me. Then we met Vela, and that felt the most real out of all the things that had happened so far. I thought about Sammy. What had she been running from? Why did she leave this reality? Probably for the best. This reality has gone to literal shit. Did she perhaps sense that the end was coming? Was her reality torn apart along with mine? I thought about the mind dungeon. I had never heard of a mind dungeon before, yet I accepted it. Just dial 333 and you'll go inside a physical version of your mind. There you can toughen up and learn to do magic. Magic? Why hadn't I found this strange? It was all so obvious from the start. This wasn't my reality. blind dungeons, cats with mustaches, beautiful women who come in and out of my life, mysterious pan-dimensional androids. This wasn't my life. Of course something had to be wrong. I had sensed it all along, but I was so intrigued by the fun and mystery of it all. Who wouldn't be?
Arriving at the city, we make our way through different streets, inching closer and closer until we can finally see the ball drop. And when we do,
What the hell is that?
Oh, my God!
This is all so familiar!
Prepare to fight. This is it. This is the end.
Okay, guys, we trained for this.
What do you mean we trained for this?
Isn't that Alex's face? Holy shit!
Everyone, this is it! Prepare yourselves! Michael, you're back!
I never left.
Holy shit! I remember everything now!
I hope that means you all remember what's going on here. Come on, let's knock my ugly mug back into space! I remember thinking, this is how we die. What should have been a bright future is nothing more than a bunch of kids who thought they could make a difference. A bunch of kids who fought a losing battle.
and after all our training, all the time we spent together, all the people who helped through autism, we finally reached the final fight of this reality. And how does it all end?
Where's the piece of this puzzle? I'm begging, please. Where's the answer the world needs to find to keep us safe above the ground? I'll risk my life. I'm drowning with uncertainty. I'm drowning until I find the key. I'm drowning till I find the answer dropped in the tide. In the end, I cannot fail. I cannot fall.
We're back as ourselves now, and we finally reached William's birthday party after so long, but unfortunately, we were never supposed to make it here.
Brother, why are you here? I need to get in. The good brother went inside, and we both know he shouldn't be in there. He doesn't deserve that despair. None of it is his doing. Answer me! You jerk! You freaking bully. You're just like Dad. You don't get it, do you? I don't think you should suffer either. But the good brother is completely innocent. His flaw is being stupid. Thinks he has to give up his body for others. He takes the punches you give. If you just stop being a punk, you could get a lot more sympathy. You make me so mad!
You don't understand. You were never going to be let in. That invitation is a fake.
He gave it to you so he could use your name to torment others. Alex can't let you in. And even if he could, he'd hate himself for it. Some people enter the soul space, and instead of finding a new reality, they find one of their own making. A twisted delusion of misplaced meaning. Just run away. I'll take care of the rest.
But before we leave, we still have some gifts to give.
Tonight is my last night in this reality. Tomorrow, I find one that's whole. So I need to make something beautiful. Something that shines bright as the sun. May I have yours?
I can help.
Do yourself a favor and avoid the show. I'll make music for you in another time and place.
There's something that's rightfully mine, given to me by the fundamentals of reality. I want it back. Only it's kept under lock and key, unrealistically out of reach. It'd be illegal, but it'd be righteous. So righteous, everyone would agree. But only a holy thief could sneak between the construct of despair and get to the crux of the problem. That sound like something you want to help with?
I can help.
The holy thief will steal joy and return it to the hearts of all of your friends thanks to you.
I need a prop, something evocative. For my film, you see. I'm a director. I've an impossible task. I need to give a specific audience member a religious experience. It's in the contract. A crazy notion, I know. However, as I am the only director with 12 confirmed religious experiences at his helm, I was the natural choice to direct once the original directors left this reality. Got too dangerous for them. So, may I have yours as a prop?
I can help.
I'm so close to figuring something out. It's like a stream of angels want to carry me off to an epiphany. Something that'll really set things right. Would you lend me your ride?
I can help.
I'll wave to you from the top. I've got a good feeling. Everything is going to be all right. Might take 80 years, but we're all going to generally be okay.
I'm supposed to play this character in a new movie, only the director has given me an impossible task. I play two characters, an angel and a young woman who was pushed into the blackened pond by her unwell sibling. I can't think of any names. Can't I be you? I can help.
I don't know who I am anymore. I feel like I'm just the guy who lost something beautiful. And that beauty keeps me going, but that beauty decays. If I don't want to be me anymore, can I be you?
I can help.
I feel different. Being you is good. I can remember things I forget. Stuff from the past. Wait. Huh. That's pretty neat. I'm still me, but I've got your spirit. I've got your back.
I can help.
I took a picture of you, and then I tore in it.
So you caught the cat. I'm sorry. Can you not hear me in this form? What am I doing wrong? Well, you're going to have to play along a bit longer. This is where it all ended. This is where reality is destroyed. at the party for Baby New Year himself. You're going to see some stuff that will upset you. But don't let that take away your hope. Resist losing that with all your might. It will all make sense soon.
It's gone. Everything is gone. I'm all that's left. How did this happen? How can I have everything one moment and be so completely alone the next? My world is destroyed. I am destroyed.
What are you going to do now?
We could live alone on this island forever. You and me. What do you say, pal? Yeah, you're right. That's a terrible idea.
Where do you think the Essentia 2000 is?
I don't know. But I really wish she was here. And Bella. And everyone else.
Fucked up, man. You fucked up. Everyone died. Because of you.
Alex enters the soul space using the telephone, somehow, and we glide across it for what seems like an eternity until we meet Panda again, for the final time.
Panda. I'm so lost. Where do we go? What do we do here? I'm terrified. I miss my friends. My family. What the hell am I gonna do out here all alone?
Alex, I don't have any answers for you. I'm sorry.
You mean you don't have answers? You always have something to say.
Alex, how am I supposed to know what to do?
I'm only a stuffed panda. Hey, you come back! I don't care if you're a toy! I need you! Panda!
Panda is unsurprisingly just Alex, and gliding some more, we reach a star.
Hey, wait, don't go! Oh, I haven't seen you before. Did you just get here? Yes. Can you tell me where here is? It's your room, of course. Look, I just got to the soul space. I'm lost. I'm so confused. I don't even know what we do here in the soul space. Ah, I understand. Well, we've got a bunch of the latest games from each reality, some dope beats. So, just kick back and enjoy. I was with my friends, and then something happened. I was myself, but I was also a meteorite. They're all dead, I think. Shit, are you serious? Of course I'm serious! What kind of question is that? Well, none of us have ever seen it through to the end before. You're the first, I believe. Usually we leave our body when she comes to get us. Wait. Who is she? Oh, the Essentia 2000. She appears to us, warns us, shows us what we're gonna do, and we get the hell out of reality before anyone gets hurt.
This is where all the other Alexes who decided to escape to the soul space with the Sinja ended up, including Alexander, the boy from the missing posters around the game. We once again go behind the rock, but instead of a dorm room, we find other Alexes.
Are you here to join us? Oh, won't you please help us? I stared into the void, and all I saw was myself. We are going to destroy another reality. Are you coming?
And after all we've been through, all we suffer thanks to them, we obviously accept. Okay, but back to serious mode now. We deny their offer but follow them, as Alex watches the destruction of many more realities. And as he does, he starts to lose more and more of his sense of self, as he starts becoming a soul survivor more and more, until...
The MC, the Master of Ceremonies. Or is it the main character? Nice to finally meet you. In this form, I guess. Do you know what the Y2K bug was? Or should I say is? It's a reset. A return to an earlier date. A loss of save data. Many programmers were hired to fix this bug. I am the first filmmaker. And yet, you're a curious subject. Educated, middle class. And yet, nostalgia for something long lost has stopped the innovation. You have found your reality broken, unaware of what to make of anything. A series of edits designed to convey confused continuity, etc. You know? Because you are you. Well, I won't spoil it. See you at the premiere. Wear something nice.
This is, in my opinion, Y2K's best section, not just for the trippy visuals or the beautiful rendition of the game's main theme, but by what the scene symbolizes.
It's okay. He doesn't mean any of it. He's just had a bad day. There are always prettier people than you, but none of them have your heart. Just be yourself, and they'll all love you.
Oh, are you really gonna cry? Come on, don't be like your mom. You're just like her. You push everyone away, even me.
Michael, is that you? Oh my god. Michael, come back! Wait for me! Shit! 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 Don't walk away! Oh my god. Did you see Michael? Where did Michael go? Wait, no, don't run! I'm coming! Audio? Hey, don't go! I'm coming, wait for me! Chandra? Chandra? Don't leave me too! Where are you all going?
Forgive my rudeness. I can see you're going through a lot. I seldom speak when the camera is rolling. I know little of your strife. But what little I have seen causes me a great deal of pain. So, I offer you some simple advice. Do not twist the good memories with the bad memories. Those who do run the risk of becoming twisted beings in their own right. Twisted kings and queens have no true claim to your subjectivity, or whatever.
Before you answer, I want to thank you for listening to my long story. I'm afraid that this reality will soon end. And, once again, you'll be destroyed, along with Vela, Chandra, Rory, Claudio, and Michael. I have drifted aimlessly in the soul space, and it is terrifying. With each passing moment, I lost a tiny portion of myself. Each time I witnessed the various versions of myself extinguish life in another reality, I lost an even greater peace. Alone, tired, terrified. I saw everything with such terrific clarity that my own mind felt vague and boundless. Coming to you, asking for help, I think about how the Essentia 2000 must have felt first coming to me. When I'm looking at you, I get this feeling like you've made up your mind long before I even asked for your help. So what do you say? Will you help me defeat parallel versions of ourselves? Good. I understand that in your reality, you interface with the soul space via a gaming device. Man, I wish I had one of those. That would have made my life so much easier.
So after a small scene where we meet our version of the party, we head off to confront Proto-Alex, but first we have to defeat Alex's flaws to proceed. And during the first area we fight is consumerism?
Don't want to fight with you. Go away. I just want to consume.
And then his pretentiousness, laziness, then lust. I mean, sure, these are aspects of Alex's flaws, but they're not really what I picture being his main flaws, if you know what I'm saying. I think more of something along the lines of ungratefulness or selfishness, or maybe even his delusions over Sammy. But no, none of these are here, and instead we fight what's more like superficial flaws instead of Alex's actual flaws. After you defeat them, the giant Alex opens up and we head inside, where we meet...
Wait! Don't go. I need to talk to you.
Sammy.
Honestly, this is gonna be a little hard to say because I know how much it's going to hurt. But I have to warn you, just beyond that light, you're going to discover something really terrible. Nothing I can say is going to make it easier. But I need to say this to you. I'm sorry it used me to get to you. I'm sorry for all the lies it told you when all you wanted to do was help me. Even though it may feel like it was all for nothing, I appreciate how hard you tried. I'm going to go back to where I call home now. Thank you for everything.
I suppose that's a step up over the other ending, but it still feels like it comes out of nowhere, especially if this is the first ending you get in the game. Heading inside, we're finally face to face with the Queen and King themselves.
I know you. I recognize you. Oh wow.
Essentia? Oh, what is this? How are you here?
I'm really surprised to see you here. I'm glad you made it this far.
Is Proto-Alex here? I'm here to finally end this. Oh, man! You poor guy. What did she say to get you here? Look, I don't want any trouble. Just let me drink my tea.
Come on, Alex, attack. Take him out. You've come this far.
Jesus. This again? Oh, hilarious. Yeah, uh-huh. Look, I'm not your enemy. We're one and the same. We go through this every damn time, woman. Tell him the truth. If he still wants to kill me after, then I'll take my chances with a tussle. What the fuck are you talking about? Look, man, I don't want to burst your bubble, but she lies all the time. Whatever she thinks you want to hear comes out of her mouth. She envies my power. And we may all be one of the same, but I drew the proverbial long straw. She needs all the help she can get, even if it's from a skinny MC. What the hell? Yeah, look, I'll make this simple for you. I'm you, you're me, she's us as well. The division of our soul isn't exactly natural, and she wants out. She wants to be the last one here. She just can't accept our little arrangement. I get it, but we've been this way for a long time, man. So, tell me, what lies did she tell you to get you here? Secha, is this true? Sammy? Fella? Was that a whole lie?
It is often necessary to lie to yourself to get a tough job done. You've done it. We've all done it. I said what I needed to say to get you here. I'm sorry if I used the poor girl's disappearance as a catalyst, but would anything else really have motivated you?
I can't... How the fuck is this possible? How could you lie to me?
Alex, won't you help me destroy him? Come on, take him out. You've come so far. End this division. End this strife. Without him, there will be no conflict.
Now you know the truth. Just go home. I don't want to fight anyone. I don't want to hurt you. You've been through enough. Just relax. Take a deep breath and let me know what you want to do.
Well, we come this far, haven't we?
Did you decide? Will you fight?
Into the hole. My baby's twisted, I can't resist it, but that's just rock and roll. Forget forgiveness. She died today. My baby killed her, my baby thrilled her, we ate her whole.
Yeah, sorry to ruin the epic final boss, but this is an unwinnable battle, just like the previous battle with the Comet Alex. What you actually have to do is destroy these horse pieces so you can continue. Once you do enough damage, Portal Alex uses its skill tree, called the Comet, it insta-kills everyone and takes you to heaven, I guess. But then this dude who's waiting for you gives you a small pep talk.
Hey Alex. You don't know who I am, probably. Not a lot of people do. But I'm gonna offer you some advice. I've lost everything. Trust me, I really have. I know what it's like to do everything in your power to try and improve your life with a valiant effort, only to disappoint your friends, family, and fan base. Life is hard. But it's important that you keep on fighting. You're not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to go on yet. I want you to go back. And I want you to fight. I doubt I'll ever get my chance to fight again. Some people have worked really hard to prevent me from finishing my quest. You still have a chance. Think about the conflict that stands in your way. Think about the division inside you. Tackle it with your brain. And maybe, just maybe, this time it will work out for you. I tried my hardest. I'm happy with what I accomplished. You're younger. You can do so much. Don't let this be the end for you.
Well, thanks, I guess. Returning to the chamber, Alex immediately gives up and asks us to take the lead instead. So we go over to these power sockets which are the same ones we used during the segment in the Factory Hotel, might I add, and we decide to literally pull the plug.
Okay. If you think this is the right thing to do, I'll follow your lead. On 3, let's unplug them.
Whoa, wait, don't do that! That's the only thing keeping this division permanent.
Do not unplug us. We will be whole again. Don't do it. Don't unplug. Without this, everything goes back to the way it was.
I don't know what's gonna happen if we do this, but this is what my heart's telling me to do.
If you do this, only one of us will be here!
This is it. Unplug them. I don't know which of us will remain, but I want to thank you. You helped me fight this battle. You were everything I ever wanted to be.
A soon forgotten scene. We made a dream, a world slipped through the sea. I don't wanna go, I don't wanna leave, but I am waking, unmaking everything. Forget your face, I'll soon forget your faces. I'll soon forget your face. I'll soon forget your faces. Oh, forget this dream and all that it means to me. Oh, forget this dream and all that it means to be. 3 persons, 1 body. 3 persons, 1 mind. 3 persons, 1 body. 1 body divide. I recall the failing so severe, the failings of my soul, they're slipping through my hand. I'm doomed to repeat this hell in my sleep. I'll lie to myself, unmaking everything. Your face, I'll soon forget your faces. I'll soon forget your face. I'll soon forget your faces. Oh, forget this dream and all that it means to me. Oh, forget this dream and all that it means to me. Oh, forget this dream and all that it means to be. 3 persons, 1 body. 3 persons, 1 mind. 3 persons, 1 body.
It's over. It's all done. I'm with you. It's all up to you now. Sorry again for dragging you into this. I shouldn't have been so stupid. Everything she said really got to me. I was so worried about hurting my friends, I didn't realize the difference between being flawed and being evil. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter now. Look out for us. Look out for me. Take it easy.
Now, I'm gonna try and explain the entire game to you, so just try not to die from an aneurysm or something as I try to explain the actual plot of Y2K. The game isn't real, or at least not 100% real. So yes, as much as I hate to make this reference, the game is indeed all in the head. The events as we see them are heavily manipulated by Alex so that they can fit into this fantasy of his he created for himself, making Sammy, Soul Survivors, Mind Dungeons, and pretty much all of the supernatural things didn't actually happen. They were all added by Alex so they could live out this fantasy of being the hero, the main character, the master of a ceremony, and the literal most important person in the universe. But for all of this to make sense, we have to start at the beginning, and what better place to start than Alex himself.
Sounds like a fair deal. My name's Alex. Nice to meet you.
Alex Eagleson, born somewhere around 1990, is someone who was raised by television and video games instead of his parents. And as a result, he severely lacks emotional maturity or responsibility. Thanks to his neglect during his upbringing, Alex heavily relied on the entertainment he consumed to form his personality, which in turn made him develop main character syndrome, where basically needing to always be the focus of everyone's attention. And thanks to being alone for most of his life, Alex didn't really have any friends or social skills, which made it extremely hard for him to actually make any human connections, as evident by the fact that he had 7 girlfriends throughout his lifetime and none of them even lasted that long. Which brings us to Sammy, Vela, and Essentia. I think these 3 characters perfectly show Alex's problems with how they're treated inside the story.
I'm Sammy, but please call me Sammy. I don't know why I'm trusting you. I guess I always had a special spot for gingers.
Sammy and Alex never actually met each other. What actually happened is that after spending the entire day exploring the factory hotel by his own choice, instead of going to get the groceries, Alex returned home, saw the video on Onism, and read the post from Super Pudding, who obviously isn't actually Sammy and is just someone who pretends to be her to troll the other users, which either caused him to dream about meeting Sammy, or what I believe is more likely, that he purposely lied to himself and to others so that he could pretend to be the hero who's on a quest to find the missing girl. Which also brings me to Sammy's supposed pet Dolly. I believe that Dolly wasn't actually Sammy's, but instead Alex's. Or to be more specific, Alex's sister. So Alex pretended that Dolly was Sammy's as a way to connect him and her even more. And we know from her uncle that Sammy was a dog lover and never had a dog of her own. So where does the cat thing come from? Well, simple, from a Super Pudding's post that mentioned being attached to their cat, and since Alex is convinced that this is Sammy, he naturally includes this in his fantasy about her. Alex and Sammy's relationship shows to me not only is Alex's obsession with his fantasies to the point that he genuinely starts to believe them as he sinks deeper, but also with his obsessions of being a hero, as he constantly tells himself that he wants to help Sammy by finding her and saving her, which only fits his own ego.
My name's Vela Wild. It's interesting to meet you. I'm guessing you're a cameraman, and this is your sidekick, Ginger Boy?
Now, Vela's and Alex's relationship is the most interesting one, since it's the only real one, let's say. For starters, Vela isn't actually from another reality, or has any magical key talk powers. She's actually just a popular musician that quit music after her partner cheated on her with another woman. Vela's reality hopping is actually just her moving away from that point of her life and moving to Frankton to start anew. And Alex being Alex, he naturally develops a romantic interest for this mysterious girl. He's working at his local arcade. But Alex being Alex, he has 0 social skills, so instead, he decides to take pictures of her and post them online on Onism so that he can talk to her about it while painting himself as completely innocent. And what makes me believe this is the case is the entirety of the mystical Ultima LP Legend arc. Since entities and soul survivors aren't actually real, what I believe actually happened is that Alex, after pissing off pretty much everyone after his outburst with Rory, don't worry, we got him pretty soon, decides to find a way to make everyone talk to him again by pretending that he was led by something into the radio tower and found a record by Vela. Now, Alex has lied numerous times throughout the story, so him lying about not knowing what the record is completely plausible. But I think the big smoking gun here is none other than the crazy family fighting inside Vela's mind dungeon. This is Alex, or at least a representation of himself for what he actually is, an obsessive stalker who doesn't take no for an answer. Now, something I like to point out is that the mind dungeons don't actually exist, so just like every other supernatural thing in the game, it's all a part of Alex's fantasy, so the entirety of Vela's mind dungeon is just how Alex sees her instead of who she actually is. But now you're probably asking, if this is all Alex's fantasy, then why does the stalker exist in the first place? Simple, it's a way of Alex to stick deeper into his delusion. He couldn't possibly be like this guy. No. He's the hero here. He is the one who fixes the mistakes of letting him inside Vela's mind dungeon by killing him and freeing the trapped Vela in the crystal. A crystal, which I might add, can also be found inside his mind dungeon, but with Sammy inside instead. And obviously, any romantic scene Alex has between Vela and him is just part of his fantasy. Alex and Vela's relationship is like the next step from Sammy's, where Sammy was just based on someone Alex didn't know. Vela, on the other hand, is not only someone Alex knows personally, but someone he's also obsessed with to the point he goes out of his way to do frankly disturbing stuff just to have an excuse to talk to her. But I think Essentia is the perfect example of what's wrong with Alex in his relationship with the woman in his life.
I think it is necessary that I first introduce myself. I am the Essentia 2000. I am an android, made from 2-part epoxy resin and melamine. My consciousness is natural, but my physical form is man-made.
Essentia is basically what Alex wants Vela to be, this perfect machine who wants nothing more in life than to seem happy, and on top of that, she serves as the perfect scapegoat for Alex. Why would Alex need to better himself as a person, acknowledge his mistakes, when he's the reason the world's gonna end? That's what Essentia told him. Oh, she was actually lying about everything and manipulated me all along? I'll just defeat her and sacrifice myself so she never harms anyone ever again. Alex basically tosses the blame of all his actions onto Essentia, someone who does not exist. He makes her this evil and cruel entity who's pulling the strings all along, when in reality every single bad thing that happens to Alex is his fault, but to admit that will require him to confront reality, which he desperately tries to avoid. Sammy, Vela, and Essentia are all parts of Alex's idea of the perfect woman, something that I believe was created thanks to his mother.
I've had a long day. Don't you ever think about how much I work for you two?
Alex's mom is a bit trickier to explain, since she barely has any screen time in the game itself, which I think was done on purpose by Alex, since this is basically his fantasy world. Alex doesn't seem particularly close with his mom to the point where it implied he didn't go home to visit even once in the 5 years spent at college. And there's also the pretty alarming difference with how she's portrayed in the Alex's fantasy world to how she acts during the Hell section. When playing as Alex, she seems almost like a victim to his laziness and ungratefulness, when all she ever does is ask him to help her. But when playing as Allison, she seemingly becomes this verbally abusive, angry woman who has no problem insulting her own daughter to her face for a tiny mistake. And if that wasn't enough, we still have to go over Jocasta. Jocasta, or Jocasta complex in this case, can be described as a child's attraction towards their parent or vice versa. Now, I don't mean to imply that the game is set in Alabama or something of the sort. What I am implying is that Alex's view of the perfect woman is literally based on his own mom, who as far as we know is the only positive female relationship in his life, which in turn led him to develop this twisted view of what an ideal partner should be like. And if you need any more proof, Jocasta is literally just a human version of the Essentia. And the first time you ask, no, I don't think Alex is supposed to be bisexual. The option the case probably isn't there because Alex has genuine feelings for him, it's there because Alex is literally so socially inept that he does not know how to comfort someone in Rory's situation by himself. So instead, he attempts to comfort Rory by giving him a kiss, which is how most of the situations tend to be resolved in the movies and TV shows he was raised on.
If you're going to be my albatross, please don't make me want to hang myself for the love of God, Allison!
Allison Eagleson is Alex's sister and is implied to have had a relationship with Michael while she was still around. Allison is one of the most mysterious characters since she barely actually appears as herself. The only time she does appear is during the opening cutscene inside the Cinch's mind dungeon, and even then she doesn't really add much context, and Alex doesn't seem to even recognize her as she's a familiar woman here. But who is Allison exactly? Well, to find more about her, we need to turn our attention to Onism, or more specifically Vera Former and Chrono Cross. If you don't remember, these are the founders of Onism, Michael in a parallel reality of himself. But as we established, parallel realities are not real. But here's the interesting thing. There are two Michaels throughout Y2K's story. Michael slash Pro Michael slash Vera Former is not the real Michael. He is an idealized version of the Michael from Alex's childhood. The real Michael is the blue shirt Michael from the opening, or as is known on Onism, Chrono Cross. Now, the real Michael barely appears on Onism, only really ever posting on one of the pinned messages on the forum. But fake Michael posts basically on almost every thread, but there's one in specific that is the most important, a weird game a cutest brother made. In this post, Michael talks about he's been trying to get with this girl and how her brother has been making a horror game, where people keep calling the player every time he tries to leave the house, similarly to what happens with Alex throughout the game. Seeing how it's heavily implied that Michael and Allison has some sort of relationship together, it's not too crazy to assume that the girl in this post is supposed to be her. If that's the case, then her brother must be Alex. But there's something strange here. Michael refers to Alex as a kid, despite Alex claiming to be older than Michael. And this isn't the only time this happens. Alex claimed he and Michael went to high school together, but Alex is 26 and Michael is 19. And near the end of the game, Alex even has a talk with Panda about this.
Michael, 19, a tall, witty, brown-haired white guy. He was a few years younger than me, but I never felt like there was much of an age gap when we hung out. The summer he moved to town, we spent a lot of time together. I was back when my sister and I would spend the days outside until the sun went down, counting the accomplishments of those summer days based on the number of mosquito bites and caught fireflies. Michael had moved to the area when he was 12, 1991. The year Michael Stipe of REM sang Losing My Religion. Michael was my best friend until I was... Didn't he move when I was 12?
And this is yet another lie in Alex's fantasy. The way I see it, Alex basically wants to be Michael, or at least he wants to be Michael's equal. Michael is basically everything Alex isn't. He has enough social skills to create an entire community through Onism. He actually shows compassion and emotional maturity towards his friends. Unlike Alex, he doesn't base his entire personality around his hobby of photography. Unlike Alex, who basically views himself as a video game protagonist. And he's actually passionate about what he wants to go to college for, which is make computer games. While Alex only ever mentions having a liberal arts degree like 2 times throughout the entire game. And on that topic, while I was researching about liberal arts, Alex fit the stereotype perfectly. Alex basically took liberal arts not because he actually cares about the subject, but because it's one of the easiest majors to get in and doesn't really require as much effort to acquire, since it's basically considered a participation award. So, with all of that in mind, I believe that Alex basically switched places with Michael in his fantasy in an attempt to become more like him. So in the real world, Alex is Allison's younger brother, and he also views Michael as his older brother thanks to him and Allison being the only sort of friendship and connection he ever had growing up, despite Michael seemingly being more interested in achieving a relationship with Allison rather than being his friend. Which, speaking of which, now that we know who Allison is exactly, we have to ask the question of what happened to her.
You know, my sister went here.
Yeah? What's her name?
Allison. She lived on campus in the all-girls dorm.
There is no all-girls dorm here. There are obviously all-girls rooms, but...
Supposedly she went off to college, but unlike Alex, she never returned home. Now, assuming she's the same age as real Michael, she could theoretically speaking just have moved away somewhere else. But that doesn't really seem to be the case. In Alex's fantasy, Michael's only real goal is to find Allison since she went missing, and Michael also mentions something about an old Frankton. What I believe he means by this is that we're referring to the actual real-world Frankton which you played through as Allison. So the Frankton where Alex lives isn't actually real, it's just a version of Frankton Alex imagined to further drive the idea of him being the protagonist of a video game, with a town like what you find in a Pokemon game, and all of the inhabitants being quirky NPCs with funny dialogue. And how do I know this? Because you literally see this version of Frankton in the photos of Vela on Onism. You can tell since the arcade and the camera shop are right next to each other, just like in the photos. And also because Alex's house is literally just there. But back on topic, Allison, who is allegedly missing, if we believe Alex's fantasy about her, is also the same character as roleplay as alongside Carrie. Now, there's 2 possibilities here. Either Allison and Carrie are indeed the same person, or They are different people, but since they share similar roles to Alex and Rory, they are basically the same people from Alex's perspective. We know both Carrie and Allison suffered abuse at the hands of their families, and like Allison, Carrie was supposedly missing until Rory tells the group the truth. And we also know that Alex's dad supposedly left for a woman with nice legs, something that is literally the only characteristic ever told about Rory's mom. And Carrie and young Allison are literally the same model, just with different colors. So what I believe is the truth in this case is that Allison got all ties with her family and Michael, moving away never to return, which happened thanks to the abuse and trauma she suffered while living with Alex's mom. And Alex, who was still reeling from his father, basically considered this as the same situation. And this is the reason why I believe Allison is barely mentioned in the game, because she's simply not in Alex's life anymore. So Alex's fantasy just sends her off to college, where she's supposed to live in the all-girls dorm, a dorm that simply does not exist according to Chandra. And with that idea in mind, it brings us probably to one of the most important characters in the entire story, Alex's dad.
Why the fuck you always getting so upset over every little thing? You really think I'd let my little girl suffer like that?
Antonio Ecclestone is a very confusing character. We know he left Alex and his sister at a very young age to go after Rory's mom, seemingly out of lust rather than for an actual relationship. And the way he's depicted, as I mentioned before, is not very consistent. When we play through Alex's memory, he's depicted as, well, kind of a dick. But when we play Alex's memory, he seems a lot more mature and calm, even ditching the white shorts for black pants and some glasses. He's also seen making out with the Essentia in one of Alex's dreams, but I believe that it's just a game showing how Alex is doing the same thing as his dad in his search for the perfect woman. But the thing that really irks me is his phone call.
Hey Alex, it's you. No, I already said there was no time for that. Okay, look, I gotta go. Say hi to your sister for me.
Unlike pretty much all of the other phone calls in the game, this call feels the most real to me. Like, it really feels as if this is an actual call I received from his father. And I know I feel like I'm grasping at straws right now, but I feel like this is implying that the Antonio we see is yet again just another delusion of Alex, like Vela and Michael. I think what this phone call implies is that Alex's dad did at least try to remain in contact with Alex and his sister after he got divorced with Avril, and I think the reason why Alex hired these attempts and villainizes his dad in his fantasy is mainly because of the way he was raised. Alex is, well, any better way of wording it, a spoiled brat. It's pretty obvious he had everything in his life handed to him by his parents, and even if his parents weren't the best, they still were the only people in his life he had a strong emotional dependency on, since the only other people in his life was Allison and Michael. And Michael didn't even view him as anything other than the little brother of the girl he liked, so that should tell you how close they actually were. If Alex's dad just decided to leave one day, I don't think Alex will be emotionally mature enough to understand his dad's point of view and how it was for the best, since him and Avril are pretty clearly not healthy for each other. So in his fantasy, he paints his father as this uncaring douchebag who left him to go after some other woman. With this in mind, Alex and Rory's relationship becomes way more interesting.
Well, after my sister died, my parents aren't really themselves. They've had a rocky relationship as it is, so I think if I left, everything would fall apart.
Rory's dad is mentioned but never actually appears, and he implies that his parents are still together, which makes me think, what if in the real world Alex's dad is not only married to Candy, but also the father of Rory and Carrie? If this is the case, it will help explain why Alex views Rory and him as opposites of each other, because they kind of literally are. Alex used Rory and Carrie as replacements to him and Elsa for his dad, which certainly wouldn't help him view his father in a better light. And if that's the case, that just makes the things Alex says to Rory even worse, since he's not only telling his half-brother that they almost died because of him, but that he does not care about his own dead half-sister. And speaking of that scene, I like to talk about the Golden Alpaca and the Soul Survivors and everything that happened out there. We established that none of that is real and all part of Alex's fantasy, correct? So, what actually happened? Well, I believe the team did really go down search for Carrie, but after they found nothing, Alex or Vela confronted Rory about it, and he admits what actually happened to his sister. The team goes back outside, and Alex completely flips foul on Rory, which now that we know their lives are never actually in danger, makes Alex look even more like a douchebag. So to avoid admitting that he was wrong, Alex creates an elaborate story inside his head about having to fight this Golden Alpaca which comes out of nowhere. But it gets worse. Not only is the Golden Alpaca not real, it's also not even something Alex created himself. It's literally just a character from one of Kisagi X films, as we'll find out later. And I believe this also applies to Yuzu. The reason why I chose out of nowhere is that it's also a character from a Kisagi X film. Granted, there's not much to support this assumption, but Fenzina literally calls it Yuzu if you say yes to being a Kisagi X fan. And since we're on that topic, who even is Kisagi X and Asuka for that matter?
I've an impossible task. I need to give a specific audience member a religious experience.
I played two characters, an angel and a young woman who was pushed into the blackened pond by her unwell sibling.
The earliest instance of Saga X we can find is that in 1968 he released the most famous movie called The Black Pond Cocktail, and thanks to malfunction during its showing, it caused people to scream their own answers to the movie's main question: why do we live, why do we die, and why do we suffer? And as for Asuka, we don't have much information about her, other than that she's one of the actresses for his new movie. Her role is as an angel that appears from time to time, and we can also see that the name of the production is called Surreal in the Crow, which seems to be a parallel to the Machine in the Crow, the game's main theme. This song is also described on the assignment emails, which implies it's a real song that Allison used to listen to. Unfortunately, we have no idea who Surreal is, or at least not yet, so it's pretty obvious why we know about the game's true nature, that Alex didn't actually meet this famous Japanese actor or an actress from his movie. So then why are they here? I mean, Alex might claim he's a fan, but the email sent by Simon describes them as Super Ninjas movies, and if my assumption is correct, Simon is just Alex talking with himself. Well, I believe this is the game's way of pointing out the irony of someone like Alex calling something pretentious, especially something he appears to enjoy, as it's literally around the game. I believe Saga X is just another way for Alex to be special in his own fantasy. Not only does he view himself as a hero and the protagonist of a video game, but his life is also just a Saga X film, and he is the main character. And Asuka is just another Bella or Sammy to him, this exotic Asian woman he saw in a Saga X film and now is someone he fantasizes about. But why does Chandra always appear beside Asuka, you may ask? I have no idea. Listen man, I'm going crazy trying to explain this game to you without sounding like I'm mentally insane, so please just bear with me. My best guess is that she's supposed to be a stand-in for Chandra's friend in Japan that she talked with Alex about.
Last Christmas, me, Claudio, and my parents went to Japan for Claudio's birthday. It took me a while to get over my fears, but when I did, I made a great friend in a girl named Bera.
Sencha also claims to be Bera when you meet her, so that just makes me think of Suka being the same as Bella and Sammy even more. And now for our last characters.
Rory, you lost your sister? I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Losing a sibling is a terrible burden on any person. Let us know if you need anything.
Claudio and Chandra are the most straightforward of the main cast. Well, that's literally by design from Alex's part. They literally serve almost zero purpose because in Alex's fantasy, they don't matter to him. It's actually the opposite. He matters to them. In Alex's fantasy, he views himself as a parallel version of their missing brother, and it's so obvious that the game literally spells it out to you during one of the record shop sections. This is even reflected in Alex's own house. In the kitchen, the table is set for 6, with those extra 2 people in Alex's fantasy being Claudio and Chandra, and the last phone calls also reflect this delusion.
Son?
Dad?
Where the hell have you been? We were worried sick about you. You said you were just going to bike to Justin's house. Claudio and your mom are freaking out.
Hey Alex, it's your mom. When are you coming home? Claudio's waiting for you to watch some cartoons.
Alex wants to be important, so he literally hijacks his friend's trauma so they can somehow be involved. He pretends he was with Sammy when she was taken, he loses himself into thinking the man who cheated on Bella is a parallel version of himself, and he literally just spawns the god alpaca into existence because he was jealous of Rory being the center of attention instead of him. Even the ending he creates is just self-indulgent. The way Alex's friends are depicted in the ending serve 2 purposes, the first one being the art style, which is supposed to show how Alex really views his friends, as these characters of themselves. He doesn't really view them as individuals, he views them as basically characters in his story. And the reason they're acting so carefree and lax is because this dialogue is taken from the real world. They aren't going to fight against destruction of his reality because that's all just a part of Alex's fantasy. Comet Alex isn't real, the group doesn't take a last stand, so then why is it such an important point in the story? Because it's on New Year's Eve that Alex finally goes over the line and does something that makes all his friends burn their bridges with him. Comet Alex finishing the party isn't just there for the fancy animation, he also serves to reinforce the idea that Alex sticks to his own actions, which is everyone he loves away by being himself. It's never specified what Alex did, but we can assume it's pretty bad, since the next scene his whole world is destroyed, with the only thing we left his house, which is literally surrounded by burning bridges. This is the aftermath of New Year's Eve. Alex is now completely alone. He lost all his friends, and the only thing that can bring any sense of comfort is talking to his childhood stuffed toy. And on that topic of New Year's and all, the game is actually set in 2016, which is the year the game was supposed to come out. The shirt Alex wears, for example, is a reference to 2 brothers, the developer's previous game, which was released in 2013. How Michael starts talking about the games of his youth, but they were all released when he was like 14. I know this sounds like a huge thing to just throw out there, but it surprisingly doesn't change much story-wise. It just helps characterize Alex as someone who's stuck in nostalgia, someone who fantasized about the time he was the happiest in his life, that being back in the 90s when he was a kid and his family was still together. But since Alex wants to have his cake and eat it too, the time frame simply does not match. Roy being a scene kid, the Final Fantasy XIII reference, and just how the characters dress in general, all of that is reality leaking into Alex's 1999 fantasy. But back to the ending. Alex enters the soul space using the telephone. Even in the context of Alex's fantasy, this does not make sense. As far as we know, you have to basically detach yourself from your body to access the soul space. But what we do know is that to enter a mind dungeon, you have to use a telephone. You can probably see where I'm going with this, but this ending itself is just a fantasy inside of Alex's fantasy. He doesn't confront Proto Alex or the Essentia, he doesn't ask you for help, and he does not beat the other Alexes. What probably happened is that after he was banned from the friend group, which is represented by everyone walking away from him, he falls into a deep depression of sorts, and that's how this whole escapist fantasy started. But let's try to figure out what the ending actually means inside Alex's head. As we see Alex recruits the player and their friends to defeat Pro Alex, but since you can just defeat your flaws by beating the crap out of them, they're insta-killed and sent to heaven, where Roy, the protagonist of two brothers, gives Alex a pep talk and tells him to go back. Alex changes control, and you both decide to unplug the king and queen. Now, what does unplugging mean, and who the heck is Proto Alex? Well, from what we see, he's an exact copy of William, and both of them share similar personalities, but he claims to be a parallel Alex, and it's implied that William is also a parallel Alex. But what does this mean in the real world? I believe William is supposed to represent a part of Alex that can still grow and change out of his selfish ways, while Proto Alex is basically what Alex is going to become if he does not change his ways. And we already established that Essentia literally exists to be a twist villain so we can skip over her. Something that I also find interesting is that Alex's parents can be seen in the same thrones as them, which implies that on top of Essentia being based on Alex's mother, Proto Alex is also based off his father, and that to me makes the final confrontation even sadder. Alex confronting them is basically Alex blaming his parents for everything that went wrong in his life. The way he was raised by his mom and supposedly abandoned by his father was definitely not okay, but to see him basically turning against the last people in his life is really depressing. But now that we know who the king and queen are, we have to figure out how does unplugging them from a wall plug defeat them. I see it as Alex attempting to unplug himself from the very thing that started most of his problems. He unplugs himself from his safe space and he unplugs himself from the internet in perhaps an attempt to maybe better himself. But after that he sacrifices himself in order to defeat the twisted beings by pulling these toys' heads off, which kinda looks like him, I guess. Michael then shows up out of nowhere and revives Alex with the golden Alpaca's blood, but by doing so, he turns Alex into whatever this is supposed to be and accidentally shoots himself. Alex then waves you goodbye and then the game ends. Okay, a lot of stuff to unpack here. This Alex is the same one we saw during William's birthday party, which to me implies that the events of those segments are supposed to take place after the main story. But why did Michael try to kill Alex? Why did he become this armored version of himself? And who the hell are we supposed to be?
Oh, I didn't expect to see you again. You, made it out then. I'm glad. So, what do you think? Are you him in a parallel reality? Very well. We'll try the mystical experience technique.
Yep, I lied to you. The game is not over yet, which you'll probably figure out by the ridiculous runtime that is actually left. So strap in, lads, cause we still got a last Yiik pill to swallow.
The king demands a body of flesh. He isn't interested in a digital soul vessel.
I love to play the rest of the cutscene, but unfortunately, my PS4 crashed every time we played, yet again. We play as a realist type, the same name from the Saga X production, and apparently Crow has fallen from the sky and crashed through her roof.
Take this blade. Save the Onism Man. For your protection, I give you these familiars.
Crow, why have you come here? Why did you break down my roof?
Don't hurt me!
Are you the Onism Man, Crow?
The Onism Man? Who told you about him?
I was warned you'd come in a dream.
What the heck? I'm not the fucking Onism Man. Don't ever say that again, Hag.
After we defeat him, he runs off and we give chase, eventually finding him in the dark forest.
Are you alright? I didn't mean to scare you. I can tell something is wrong. I'm sorry I thought you were the Onism Man. I had a vision that warned me about him. Then you came into my home. I'm surreal. And you're not Onism Man. Right?
You had a vision? I drank from the blackened pond. I made my soul sick with a fantasy I can't escape. I'm plagued with visions, wild thoughts. They keep knocking at my brain. That I am not Crow, but 3 other people, locked in eternal battle with a demon called Onism Man.
You drank it? Why?
I don't want to say. It scares me to think about.
I understand. Would you show me the pond?
Yeah. But you can't drink. I won't let you ruin yourself.
So from what we can gather, this is apparently taking place after both events of gameplay, but unlike those sections, this one is severely out of place. With this one looking more like an actual RPG than anything that came before it. Reaching the blackened pond, Crows tell more about what happened here.
That's what cursed me.
This is disgusting.
I had a dream about a lake. Black, like oil. A woman emerged, wielding a sword.
What happened when you drank it?
I had a vision. An entity reached from the depths and drowned me.
And since then, you've been stuck in a fantasy? Crow? Crow?
I'm here. And somewhere else. I'm in a dark room, speaking to the entity that pulled me into the water. The Onism Man is coming. I want to stop him, but I never do.
You're seeing this now? What a strange affliction.
When I drowned in the pond, the entity told me that I was an original sinner. That somewhere, other than here, I had done something so evil, it tore a hole in the eschaton.
Did it really say eschaton?
What is it, anyway?
Something we can't talk about. How did you come to fall through my roof?
The Onism Man will soon have a body. In another world. Far away from here. I'm an artist. Forced to make propaganda so that people accept his appearance.
The Onism Man doesn't have a body? What does that mean?
He isn't a man at all. He's something else. I don't understand.
So, what's your plan?
Burn cadavers. Burn all the dead. In a vague memory of another self, I pushed back his appearance. In a graveyard. In a fiery pit. On a distant world.
And you think that will work here?
I hope so.
Then we'll look for corpses.
Eschaton refers to the day after Armageddon, when God will come down and judge all humans for the actions on earth, which seems to imply that Alex, or Onism Man as he is referred here, will be the cause of destruction, which draws parallels with what we've seen purposely.
The woman seeks to make an egregore.
So Onism Man really is a demon. What sort of demon is an egregore?
It's a spiritual entity. Many minds are made one through a fixation on a single meme. She seeks to make artificial parallel redundancies of her soul.
How can someone resist it?
Be discerning of the memes you repeat. Cast away cancerous memes.
Have I been discerning? I drank from the blackened pond. Will I be cast away?
Memes can be cast aside, not people.
What about the meme of a person?
A person is more than their memes.
For those not in the know, a meme is just a funny video you see while scrolling TikTok at 3 AM because you messed up your sleep schedule again. The original definition of a meme is a piece of culture which spreads through imitation, so basically stuff like ideas, fashion, music, etc. So with that idea in mind, it appears that Essentia is attempting to continue living through meme, while Onism Man is the cultivation of the entirety of the Onism website, which is basically just a hive mind for people like Alex. As we continue, we find Mark, the guy who kept talking about his miracle tea or something else. And once again, he spouts some critic advice for us. Heading into the village, we can find a book talking about digital soul vessels. And I feel like I should mention the meaning of digital soul vessels. They are basically the connection between a person and a digital space. Think of Onism or maybe even your own video game consoles. The 3 soul survivors are basically this. They are manifestations of Alex, Michael, and Rory's obsession with autism instead of the real world, unlike someone like Claudio, who does utilize autism but isn't consumed by it because he's still got real-world attachments like his sister, his record shops, and his brother. After some back and forth, we are tasked with retrieving our heirloom in order for us to move forward. We find the heirloom along with Bezoboss, the same one we fought previously, and he appears to have either eaten the thief or he himself is the thief. Also, I'd like to mention that this is played as a cutscene, but there's no audio. I don't know if this is on purpose or not, but it kinda brings your attention a bit. Defeating him, we gain the heirloom and are allowed to move forward, where we meet Rory. He tells us to take the chalice and fill it with the blood of a lamb and then give it to the gargoyle. After a bit of walking, we meet the first cadaver.
Let's burn it. The fuck?
A woman will be born who refuses to die. She will subvert the self, the sun, and the holy thief. And she will have a son who is her groom. A child of the imagination. He will not have a single flesh, but many. Embodied by witnesses to his memes.
Surreal? What the hell are you talking about?
She sees the future.
He will remake reality in his image. And his image will be the failings of man.
Crow, do it! Burn the corpse! Okay.
I'm speaking directly to you, Onism Man. You are a victim of original sins. Immortal memes that just won't seem to die. They're carried to you in all that you watch, all that you read. They create your psychological environment, and from them, you arrive.
We play as Carrie again in a new version of her segment, and honestly, there isn't much to talk about here, besides Asuka becoming a party member and Alex replacing Rory as the good brother and vice versa. Back at Surreal, we see her talking with her master, or at least thinking about it, since apparently he has yet to return. She suspects Crow of being the honest man and expresses her fears of what would happen to her world if the knowledge she had ever become reality. The blackened pond from Wicked Ants is a metaphor for the obsession and illusion Onism causes to its users, with the tower that Alex is on top of being located in the blackened pond as well, and thus seemingly being the spawning point of the soul survivors in this scenario. At this point, we acquired a fishing rod, so we decided to go fish in the blackened pond and... oh. Being completely honest, this actually freaked me out, I'm not gonna lie. So Essentia is stuck on the bottom of the lake, but there's another Essentia simulating power in the lake, with our wires somehow. Okay, I'm not gonna touch on that for now. After a bit of item fetching, we managed to lock a new area with a new body.
This one is me. In every reality, I'm an observer. Showing people how to see the world. No. Manipulating how they see it.
Do you see another life now?
Always. I'm here, and I'm in a dark room, staring at myself. shocked at my own failures. Turns out they were never linear. They always converge.
A state of bliss will be revealed to all. But the path is narrow, and the door is small. Only the tiniest of egos may enter. A woman will appear who offers an alternative. A parody of connection. A satire of joy. And she will appear to a great thinker and tempt him with digital immortality. A vessel that can defy nature and fool judgment. The creation of a closed-loop psyche. And she will break his heart. And his memes will create the soil. And he will love the abyss. This will be the second meme of the Onism Man.
My failures were never linear!
I believe that the man we see is how Alex views himself. Alex views himself as his brilliant-minded individual who is manipulated by a woman who wants to cause him pain, since that's exactly what happens inside his fantasy, almost exactly beat for beat.
Okay.
Everything has become a question, a deconstruction. A cynical and charismatic critique of the world we are born into. But a question is not a thesis. The artists around you either know the answer and are keeping it from you, or they simply want you to suffer with them. What are we to do with the Onism Man? Kill him? Sorry, not become him.
Allison!
Hey, Michael. What's going on?
I've been looking for you. I've got some bad news.
What happened?
Well,
Wait up! We can be upset together!
Besides Michael being here, we can also find Alex, who has replaced the Golden Alpaca this time.
I'm sorry. My power is weakened in this realm. I can't keep them at bay.
Heading home, we find Michael behind the tree this time, as he struggles with the reality of his situation.
I did something horrible, and now I have to move away. I really screwed up. I just hope you don't hate me. But I know you will. Things are going to get pretty rough for you.
What are you talking about? Where are you going?
I'm getting out of here. My family is going north, but I'm going up.
You're not making much sense. What happened?
I won't ever tell you because you'll hate me. But if you come away with me, it'll all make sense.
We're just kids. I can't run away with you. Where do you want to go anyway? Plus, I can't bring Alex. He'd die.
Yeah. Alex. I forgot about him. You're right. It was a pipe dream. Listen, this will be the last time we talk like this. I'm not going to email you. You'll never hear from me again. So this is our goodbye. I love you. Don't forget all I tried to do for you.
Michael seemingly wanted to run away with Allison, but thanks to Alex, she couldn't, which planted a seed of resentment in Michael towards Alex, as we'll see later on. Heading back to Alex, he doesn't seem really happy about what just happened.
The weirdest thing just happened? It was so cute! I can't stop smiling!
What is it?
Michael kissed me behind the tire swing tree! It was so unexpected and sweet.
What the hell? I'll fucking kill him!
Just who the hell does he think he is? The lies of Onism just keep getting worse.
Oh. What?
Hell calls now. Go bravely.
After a brief fight with the Golden Alpaca, Rebecca surreal this time, saying it's April 6th, and wondering if the Master will return on April 7th. Now, if we assume that the previous segments took place for an entire day, then the Nebula Psychosis begins on the same day as the main game, April 4th. And I'd like to make a quick comment here. The main campaign revolves around Y2K, where the whole issue was that the machines will be reset 1900 instead of continue on to 2000, and April 4th, in numbers, is 0404 or 404, which is probably the most famous error of all time. And seeing as how the computers in the Queen's and King's chambers lose screens once you unplug them, I think we can confidently say that that's the breaking point of the story. Alex can't move past the fear of the Queen and King, because for that, he will basically have to actually grow as a person. So instead, he resets everything back to April 4th at the start of his journey. And seeing as how we can find an honest when 21 exists, it seems Alex has been stuck in this loop for a very long time.
So much sorrow here.
I know this corpse. Not in this life, but another. He was my friend. Gone too soon.
A great criticism will be levied. Inspired by the toxic muse. With a parasitic suggestion and an appeal to vanity, history will be reframed. The slaves of the past will become sovereign killers of God. This is the first meme of Onism Man. The blackening of sacred water.
I'm sorry. I have to do this.
This is another example of Alex blaming Essentia for things that happened in the story. This time claiming it was her fault that the story of his world was rewritten, supposedly into the fantasy we played through.
Okay.
I prepared a solution to your problem, and I will deliver it to you. It is the benevolent psychosis the pattern in the chaos. The meme above all memes. The one that sets things right and answers all things. When you notice it, will you dismiss it as a noise pattern? As paradoria? Well, it will remain an original win among the original sins. Dismissing it won't make it go away. It will remain the answer.
This her? This your bastard?
Yeah, she'll be here for a while. Just while her mom, well, yeah. Take it easy on her. She's my kid, you know?
Well, in this house we all pitch in. You've kept us waiting for movie night long enough. And you still have to do your share of the chores. Start by cleaning the dishes. Don't keep baby Alex waiting now.
Come on, little elbow grease never hurt nobody. You never washed a dish before?
Oh, honey, don't worry. We'll start the movie soon. Hurry the fuck up!
This is Elephant's Hell, not a spooky house haunted by balloon actors or creepy music, just the real world. She wasn't born an Eagleton or an Eggleston. She was forced to be one after either Candy or some other woman we never met wasn't able to care for her, so it fell onto Antonio to raise her. Heading upstairs, we discovered the truth. This was never a bathroom, something that Alex seemingly failed to include in his fantasy. We can see Sammy's leg digging outside, and on the bed we find the same picture of Michael's red room. We also find Rory's drawing on the wall, just reinforced the idea that Candy is in fact her mother. Heading to the kitchen, we can see the real dinner table, with only 3 chairs further excluding Ellison from his household.
Grab it. Grab it. Come on, let's watch the movie! Go pick something up, princess. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about! Kaiju Mecha Jaw! Remember we saw this on our first date? Oh man! I don't think baby Alex has seen this one! Little fuck's gonna love it. Have you seen it, sweetie?
Should have picked something he knew! His favorites are all in his room! Can't you do anything?
Come on, Alex, you're ruining the movie! The opening's the best part! Can you find something to keep him happy? Grab Daddy some popcorn.
That popcorn is for Alex! You know he always has popcorn on movie night!
What? He can't share? Jesus, Avril, you baby him. He's gonna be a bigger fucking freak than he already is.
Don't talk about him like that! He's twice the man you are! He only loves me.
I'm telling you, you're ruining the kid. He's a fucking nerd. Seriously, Avril, the kid doesn't talk.
He talks?
Yeah, he talks in fucking movie quotes.
Despite his way of wording not being the best, I kind of agree with Antonio here. He points out the way he's actually being raised is only going to do damage to him in the future, something that everyone refuses to acknowledge and then insults him by saying Alex only loves her.
What did I tell you? That popcorn is for baby Alex.
I told you he can share. Plus, get a name right. That's Carrie.
Carrie? Allison? Who cares? You've saddled me with this albatross and act like everything's fine.
Avril, you're being a bitch. She didn't ask to be born. Don't make her feel bad for my mistakes.
At least we can agree that she's a mistake.
Avril! I swear to God. Do you know what that type of thing does to a kid's confidence?
I literally don't care.
You're literally impossible. Carrie, go play on the computer. Put the headphones on.
It's done. The corpses are gone. The only place left for the honest man is in me. Thanks for the help. It wasn't personal.
Crow? What is this?
In every reality, I am killed by the honest man. But not this one. Here, I will become him. I don't know why, but she wanted this.
Crow, please don't.
Stop it! Quit your crying! You're pathetic. You care about this stupid necklace so much? Get in and get it.
I'm not crying over the necklace. I'm crying over your pain. Come back to the castle. I will teach you the 3 vows. We'll rid you of this fear.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's too late. I'm already him!
Thanks. I'm your mama now.
Quarrel's betrayal is another way of showing the effects of Alex's delusion. He throws away the people who care about him the most in exchange for this fantasy over and over again until this results in Alex being in a psychosis of sorts.
You've done well. Don't grieve. Your journey has only begun. Your story concludes in another vessel. Your triumph was never linear.
We enter the tower, or Mount Autism as it's called here, and okay, I'ma keep it real with you, man. I'm not about to narrate each little thing that's going on in this place. This video is already really long as it is, so I'll just summarize it. There are several notes of Michael's experience with the supposed loop here, detailing just how much he hates Alex, but the important things are, Alex told Allison about autism, which ruined her image of Michael and caused her to reject him when he returned to Frankton 5 years later. Michael wants to move on from Alex, but since Allison is tied to him, he can't. Michael never heard losing my religion before. He complains about people on autism fetishizing missing people, but commends Alex for not doing the same with Allison. He stole Alex's memory of Allison so he got a lead on her with the demon auction. This Michael seems to be aware that he's just a part of Alex's fantasy, and that the Essential lied to him about being Allison just like she did to Alex. So what does this all mean? It means that this place is a culmination of Alex's delusion, fantasy, imploding together to become this one conjoined grotesque center of everything we've seen up to now, and after a short ride, we meet Caesarina, who tells more about this place.
I didn't expect you. Another human! Have you come to serve your role? To judge reality? To embody and engage with memes? When you think, you call out to the meme you wish to engage. This place is the origin of septic memes, the towering Mount Onism.
Here, memes select you. Here, you become their host. You can try and engage a meme in the purest sense, but acts of original sin will always resist. Be conscious of the memes you select. Be aware of what you repeat, of who wants you to embody it.
After exploring a bit more, we find WeLikeIke who's stuck in a cage. Unlocking him, hear what's the truth about the girl.
Thank you. I repay you in truth. The girl isn't in the computer. She's outside, beyond your usual patterns.
I believe this is supposed to be directed at Michael, his obsession with Alex, which mirrors Alex's obsession with Sammy. Granted, Michael actually knew the girl he's obsessed with, like Alex, but the point still stands. Heading back to the main area, we talk with Sag again, who reveals more about the current situation. The Ellison brothers are actually the ones behind Y2K itself, so this implies that not only are they characters at Alex's fantasy, they're also the ones who brought WeLikeIke here. And despite this fourth wall break having the subtlety of getting a rock thrown at your face, I think it works in the context of the game. It's obvious that Alex likes two brothers. He even makes the protection of the game appear out of nowhere just so that he can get a pet talk from him and defeat the big bad version of himself. So Alex included the developers of his favorite game in his fantasy video game world, fits with the pattern of behavior and delusional mindset we see from him.
Oh, hey. You want to play? For old time's sake. Okay, get ready.
This is unironically a very sweet moment for Rory. After all the suffering he's endured in Alex's fantasy and in the real world, this little minigame where you comfort him pretending to be your sister just hits really hard, you know?
You know, I don't even think Mom realized we left. She's probably gonna need a few more days for it to set in. When Dad doesn't come home, she'll probably go downstairs to find us and
we won't be there. It'll be pretty funny. I didn't even leave a note. I did leave some Evil the Mouse Hog sketches. I thought she'd finally get around to reading it. Were you still around when I created him? Yeah, I finished the first arc. Evil has to get a job. But he's a mouse hog, so he's able to get away with a lot of shenanigans. Yeah, I think you're going to like it. So, I guess I'm beating around the bush. I heard you were being bullied at school. What happened?
I don't know what you mean.
Look, I know it's not really you. Can you just play along? Just a favor. So, tell me what they did. Oh man, they should have invited me. I'm my best critic. Well, sorry you caught any shit from my wicked ways. I don't need to know what they said. But I do need you to know that you shouldn't be hurt on my account. I don't even care if you join in. At the end of the day, they're kids, and I don't care what they think. I just don't want to see you hurt. Let's do a few more before it gets too dark. Thank you for playing. It's pretty cool you did this for me. I want you to know, I'll always love you. Fact or fiction. Don't cry on my account. I'll be okay.
In this scene, you play a demon performing a terrible trick. Your motivation is one of chaos.
Aaron!
It's okay. You're only dreaming. Moshi moshi! Uh-huh. Really? Okay. I'll read the script.
Everything okay?
No. Kisage X is coming out of retirement.
But he promised Mrs. X he was done!
Yes. It's filming in America. He wants me in the leading role. But that doesn't matter.
That's crazy. Why America?
Tell me about your dream.
Oh. Well, it's the usual one. Everyone's looking for Aaron, and I see him from a distance, and no one believes me. Aaron! What the hell? What the hell?
It's okay, Chandra. You're still dreaming. Now is the time to triumph.
Honestly, this scene doesn't inspire worries, but I don't think it needs to.
Aaron, that's not you.
This isn't supposed to be comforting for Chandra.
Aaron, I don't even know if this is what you look like.
It's supposed to be a wake-up call to Alex.
I was just a kid.
A wake-up call for him to stop repeating this fantasy.
How can I forget you if I don't even remember you?
and accept reality and move on with his life like Chandra did with Aaron.
You're a fantasy! In every reality but this one, I think only of my hatred for Alex. In this reality, I don't think of Alex at all. That's my original win. It begins by forgiving reality for being what it is, rather than what I'd prefer. That is the escape from the pattern, and no amount of shape-shifting will trick me. And don't worry, I don't hold it against you. It was nice to dream about Aaron's face.
In the next scene, your true identity is revealed.
You were there when it happened, when Alex became the Onism man, when he tried to untwist the good from the bad and failed. I was there too. In fact, I think it was my fault. I was the one who connected Alex to his parallel selves. I was the one who gave them a place to theorize about their fetishes. I made the playground and filled it with mud. Alex may have been twisted from the start, but things that are twisted tend to unwind with time. Only Onism has a way of making things slow down. A way of taking your attention and fixating it on the most questionable interest. Onism shows you that other people are just as disturbed as you are, and it slowly erodes the part of you that knows you ought not obsess and create headcanon about people you'll never meet. And now he's stuck. Not just him, an unquestionable number of people. Spinning their wheels. I stared into the abyss so long I had an epiphany. Hell is an eternity of quality, not quantity. What feels like a lifetime is only an instant. There is a pattern in the chaos, and that pattern reveals a spinning wheel. The wheel, like the feeling of eternity, hid a trick within it. It's not a wheel at all, but a spiral with an ending and a beginning. It was then I had an idea. You, here with me, face to face. I've wanted this for so long. I've stolen, killed, and bribed for this moment. I've used parallel versions of Alex for my will. Also, I could give you this. Kill Onism Man. He has to die. Essentia understood that she could make a parallel by proxy. A meme host for her husband. Tell me. What's her name? Just as I thought. Yeah. You seem to be free of it. Just to be sure, where did she go missing? Yeah. So it worked. You're safe. I had to do a lot to untwist the good from the bad. I even had to die. Killed by a ricocheting bullet. The king and queen had a daughter, born of their mimetics rather than their genetics. You chased yourself. The princess. I've waited for you, Allison. Well, Allison to me. Carrie to Rory. Sammy to... Well, that's all in the past now. They almost had me. That's when it happened. A benevolent psychosis showed me a way out. I became aware of my potential. My parallel selves. I realized my soul was twisted up with Alex. I had chased my own princess. He and I aren't so unalike. That doesn't matter now. I hatched a plan. It began by wounding Alex at his most vulnerable, the moment he became Honest Man. I replaced the crow in his mind with an actor, a version of me from another reality. As the crow, I whispered into his mind and changed his dreams. The king's decree banned talk of a spiral, so only things inside the circle could be acknowledged outside of my darkroom. He writes the rules. His laws are unconscious. The queen tells you how to interpret them. I rigged the demon auction in every reality so that you could understand this truth. You aren't destined to become the Honest Man. That is the lie the Essential wants you all to believe. Parallel lives exist within the reality of Yik, but not within the reality of the player. You aren't Alex in a parallel reality. You're you. A soul without a parallel. Take this. And kill Honest Man. Whatever you do, don't touch him. Point and fucking shoot.
With Michael's explanation, we find out our true nature. We are a meme ourselves. We are Alex's, Rory's, and Michael's obsession. All given form through these girls they all have lost in their lives, but can't move on from. We were never Alex or Honest Man. We are ourselves. We are the player. A unique meme. And without Michael, the malevolent psychosis that may finally end this nightmare and rid Alex of this fantasy may have never existed. Shot after shot after shot hits them, but it does nothing until...
Cut! The film is done. That's the final shot. You did well, Furitani Asuka.
That's a wrap! Did we really finish it?
You better be right about this, Kisage. We've risked a lot.
All that's left is for Asuka to deliver the VHS. First, we must rest. The rap party is this evening.
Asuka, it was an honor working with you. You too, Mr. Kisage.
We've patted ourselves on the back enough. I'll rest when it's all over.
Crow, you did a wonderful job. I think this will be your breakout role. I need to get changed. I'll see you all at the party.
It'll have to be you, Asuka.
Yes, she'll be the one to deliver it. None of us could get into William's birthday party.
What's this? Send the details to my agent. All public events need to be cleared through her. I don't make plans without her.
Kisage, what the fuck? Get her under control!
Asuka! I called your agent, and I got her voicemail. I know this is last minute, but I need you to make another public appearance.
Kisage! I don't like private parties. Makes me feel cheap. I'm not a bounce house or a clown.
It's life or death, Asuka. I wouldn't ask you if it didn't really matter.
Life or death, huh? Are you in some sort of trouble?
Yes. I'm out of options.
What do I have to do exactly?
Tomorrow, there is a birthday party for a superfan. We made this film for his benefit. I need you to attend the party and give it to him as a gift.
Is he a creep?
Massively so.
Wow. This is a big favor you're asking. I'll think about it.
The red party is probably the most confusing aspect of benevolent psychosis, but I think the answer what it is may actually be pretty simple. The red party is Alex's final delusion before he's confronted with his actions with the Kisage X film, and you can notice how his fantasy is imploding within itself. For example, the main cast isn't even playing along anymore.
Michael's freaking out. You're playing a dangerous game, Asuka. I get why you're doing it, but a lot of people may get hurt in the process. Kisage X and Michael are good people. If the Queen hadn't forced their hand, none of this would be happening. He made this whole film under duress. I think you need to cut him some slack. Yeah. Thanks for the invite. It's real cool of you. Just remember what I said.
Yeah, I'll keep it in mind.
Or how Crow, someone who's mainly used to represent Michael in his disdain for Alex, is now asking you to save the honest man. Also, small thing here, but you can find the in-universe actor behind the Golden Apaka here. This is supposed to be a super important detail, but it just reinforces the idea that most of the stuff in Alex's fantasy is just taken from already existing works.
The king is Yasencha's Tarpa. She wishes to create a body for him using an egregore.
An egregore is an entity composed of various consciousnesses possessed by a shared meme.
The meme of the king. Onism man. She wishes to make him immortal across all realities using Onism. She's twisted herself up with her ideal partner. Where he resides, so she does. In every heart, every soul, and every meme, due to Onism. You doomed humanity.
I know. I'll own it.
So William is our hope. As a test, not a solution. He is a boy who will soon embody the memes of Onism man. He will host the memes of the king and become a parallel by proxy. This is the egregore. He is driven by the Soul Princess. The meme of the missing woman, created to allure the player into a sense of guilt. We must replace his understanding of the ideal woman by showing him a contrasting image.
Will it be enough, though? Will that kill the Onism man?
That's in Asuka's hands now.
This is the final stretch before we can potentially free Alex from his illusions and lay rest to all of these different versions of the people inside his head. But to do that, we'll need to get through William first, who's already becoming more and more like Alex.
No one showed up. Not even that stupid kid I tricked. I stole her name for nothing.
assholes.
Happy birthday, baby New Year.
Oh, shit! Come to think of it, aren't you...
Am I early or,
I expected Michael. Or Rory. Vela, even. I don't know. Come to think of it, this is even better.
I come with a gift. It's from your friends. The ones you pushed away.
What is it? No way. A Kisage X-Film!
And as William puts the VHS tape in, the best sequence in the game begins with the team destroying Alex's greatest delusion.
Analog girl with digital buttons. Analog girl in a plastic shell. Analog girl with silicon graphics. So real you can have them. So real you can't doubt them. With havoc. Come to purgatory with me. Some purgatory for me. Come to purgatory with me. From purgatory for me. Angel girl with analog feelings. Human girl in a plastic shell.
Thank you, Kisage X.
To havoc.
It's time.
Alex Eagleson, a man who has spent the past 31 years of his life refusing to accept reality, is now forced to see it clear as day thanks to the benevolent psychosis. His own delusions are against him now. His idealized woman, the hero he can never be, and his obsession reborn and made manifest. They all join forces to finally end this nightmare as they fight Alex's last attempt of refusing reality, so that they may all be free from this vicious cycle. This is Y2K's true final battle, not some comet made to destroy reality or a villainous duo. To finally end this game, we have to defeat Alex himself.
This guy has ruined my life! In every reality.
He's only ruined this one. There are no parallel realities. This is a meta-narrative created by Essentia to turn you into the king.
Bullshit! The hell Alex created is one of quality, not quantity! It feels like it goes on forever.
Any person we condemn is given a special place in hell. They become the royalty of rejects.
Asuka. Shut up. Just shut up!
The Essentia's lie is alluring. Ultimately, it exposes your primary flaw as no different than Alex's. The condemnation of reality. Sentencing it to death in your fantasy.
We're the same. This ends now, motherfucker!
Benevolent Psychosis has two endings, and arguably a third. Choosing the selfish choice and absolving Alex first leads to Michael killing everyone. I see it as Alex deciding to take his own life instead of attempting to change his ways. Perhaps the guilt of his actions finally getting to him, and the fact that it's the only ending with no New Game Plus further makes me think this is the case. But choosing to give Michael the comfort he clearly needs, and finally thinking of someone besides himself, grants us the escape to this fantasy, not just for us, but to Alex as well.
You don't deserve forgiveness. No one really does. It's a gift. For you and me.
And after being trapped for so long, Alex can begin again, and perhaps work to become a better version of himself. But when the credits are done rolling, you have the option of creating a new game plus. By doing this, you and Alex restart the cycle of delusion, and all the effort you went through will be thrown away. But no, it's time to move on, for us and for Alex.
On April 4th, 1999, I arrived home from school. I just graduated.
Hey! You like games, don't you, hon?
Panda?
I'm Sammy. But please call me Sammy.
Right, as a man,
Well, is she listed? My forum's grown, so something is happening. New crowd isn't great.
Alex?
My name's Bella.
Hi, I'm Rory. I'm a scene kid, your dead sister.
No one cares about your sister right now. We almost just died ourselves.
Do us all a favor and don't try to find that record.
I had a kid brother, you know. He went missing in 1985.
I am the Essential 2000. We are soulmates. In the true sense of the word.
Must be Y2K.
In your story, everyone cries, credits roll.
It's right for this, Asuka.
You don't deserve forgiveness. It's a gift for you and me.
Hey there, yeah, this is a post-editing Megalo, and it's been like 3 months since I started this project. And if you're watching to this point, it's like, thank you from the bottom of my heart for watching this entire 6-hour video. Oh my god. I just really want to thank you and everyone who watched so far. I wouldn't recommend like subscribing to me if you want like these video essay style content. I'm not really planning on doing much of that for as main content, but I'm still going to do more gaming stuff since that's my main hobby and it's like a view and whatever. I have been making this video for the past 3 months, and it's been like a passion project of mine, and I just really like Y2K. It's a very special game to me. I really enjoyed it when it was just like back on the original state, and seeing all the hate that it got, I just really want to do something for it, and I guess this is my way of doing it. So yeah, seriously, just go buy the game for yourself. It's an amazing game, and there's more support, and I just really like want you to have the experience for yourself and just watch a 6-hour-long video talking about it. There was a lot of stuff that didn't cover, like content, under endings, different kind of stuff. You get the idea. So yeah, I'm asking you, just go play the game, go buy it. It's really good and deserves your money. And I like to thank also Hellcry for his video series on Y2K. It was really helpful with understanding the story and everything else, because yeah, this game is not really easy to understand if you don't get what the hell is going on, as I will say. So yeah, go check out his video series with Hellcry. It was my main inspiration for doing this, I would say. So yeah, go check him out. So yeah, thank you for watching until the end, and have a good one.